Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. I am Stuart Hillard, and this is the show. Let's get started. Let's start with our early bird. You just know I was dancing along to the music. Right, you know, yesterday we had the most amazing early bird that everybody needed. Today, we've done it again. It is a bundle of black, solid Rose and Hubble quilt weight cotton. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a 2.5 metre bundle, 2.5 metres of black fabric in one single piece. Absolutely essential. If they stopped making plain black fabric, I would have to stop using gorgeous, bright, jazzy, vibrant colours because I love putting them with black, and I do that a lot in my quilt making. It's such a useful colour to have. It is an absolute essential. And we love Kaffe. We love Kaffe. Look at how Kaffe looks mixed with black. Absolutely beautiful, jewel bright, vibrant, but also it gives space for the colours to sing. So, what are we going to pay? It should be $19.99, which for 2.5 metres is wild. Anyway, $15.99. You're saving £4 on that. 2.5 metres in one piece. Baskets are already filling up. You get, such a lot of fabric here. Absolutely loads. So it is 44 inches. Oh, I'm so sorry. And we're back. Don't adjust your glasses. It's 44 inches wide. But look, all of this. Now, you could buy this and use it as backing fabric for something. Personally, absolutely brilliant as your neutral. Think about a galleria with black borders and sashing. Think about a garden maze quilt with black between the logs. Over half the stock gone already. We are only a couple of minutes into Sunday's show. 2.5 metres of black. It's beautiful quality. Rose and Hubble cotton solids are beautiful quality. I use them ever such a lot in my quilt making. They are a wonderful, wonderful foil. Half the stock gone, over half the stock now, and also the rest of it in baskets and way beyond. Look at this gorgeous quilt though. And the black is so important. This reminds me of Victorian needlepoint and cross stitch. Those vibrant kind of Berlin woolwork pieces, absolutely gorgeous, but the black's so important. You know, I'm researching log cabins at the moment, and you know something I found out, which I thought was very interesting, didn't know this, that actually the traditional centre square isn't red, is not red. We always say it is, and it actually wasn't, it was black. The original colour was black. I knew that there were sometimes black centres, and I was always led to believe that it was a kind of thing that happened when Abraham Lincoln died and things like that. But actually, a black velvet centre square was the original for log cabins. I've been finding all sorts of interesting things about log cabins. I just stopped on that one because there's some black in there as well. You know, lots of these quilts. This is Kaffe's new book. There you see, you've got that little bit of black in there as well, which creates a real sort of focus. Even though they're small pieces, it provides definition. I've literally got 12 of these bundles left now. 2.5 metres of black solid fabric. There's 37 of you with it in your basket. I'm going to leave that with you to check out while we talk about our menu for today. It's a great day. It's a great day. We're starting off this hour. We love Kaffe Fassett, and we do. At 9 o'clock, it's the Highland cow and fox felt cushion with Delphine Brooks. How cool is this? Absolutely love it. It's textured, it's vibrant, cute as a button. Absolutely beautiful. A wool base, felt on top, really fun. You're going to have so much fun with this. Already selling on pre-order. I would say if you've got a favourite, I would get it now. I would check out your basket now. Don't wait for the show, because by the time we get there, I could well imagine one or both will be sold out. That's at 9. Now at 10 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools and gadgets. I'm going to be doing some demos. It's going to be a great hour, great time to stock up. We've got seam guide tape, goes on your sewing machine at bed, allows you to sew half square triangles and flippy corners without marking your fabric. Speeds things up no end. In that hour, we've also got some great rulers, and we've got the double-sided wash away 1/4 inch tape. So useful for bag making and quilt making. Apply your binding with it, no pinning, whiz round, brilliant. Now, at 11 o'clock, Delphine is back with the most adorable quilt that looks like it's come from Grandma's attic. It is adorable, so beautiful, vintage. It's the blooming Tulips quilt. I promised everyone I'd do that. Blooming Tulips. I may not do a Cockney accent all day, but I probably will throw it in every now and then. And then at 12 o'clock, I have got a stonking hour of Brother sewing machine deals. I've got the FS250 Makers Edition. Unbelievable value. I think a nation's favourite. I've got 2 of those black bundles left, by the way. Our early bird, I've got 2 left if you're quick. I've also got the MV 1100. I've got the VQ4, and I've got the fabulous NV2750D, the Disney edition, sewing, quilting and embroidery machine, all on fabulous deals. That's going to be a great hour. And the side cutter foot. So if you've got a Brother sewing machine and you want a foot that's going to effectively do the job of an overlocker, make sure you tune in for that hour, or even shop ahead. Right, let's get started. We love Kaffe, but we are going to start with, I've got 3 bolts of batik, and these are amazing. We asked for something really special to kick off the hour, and this is it. Right, this is a oh my goodness. Okay, 4.5 meter bolt of batik, beautiful Bali batik. I've got 1 left. You've already been buying this on pre-order, and everyone who's already bought on pre-order, this is what, just 71.41. Fabulous. It's on split pay too. Absolutely gorgeous. It's my last one. It is absolutely beautiful. If you want that, excuse me, do be quick, won't you? You get 4.5 meters on the bolt. That has sold out. Well done if you got it. Let's do this gorgeous, vibrant, absolutely delicious. Look at that. I've only got 4 of these left. It does say orange on the description. I would call this golden yellow, personally. This is kind of sunflower, egg yolk, absolutely gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And you can really see the pattern there. This is all hand-dyed, genuine Bali batik fabric. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Very, very high thread count. It's incredible quality. Loads of you in baskets. Already you've seen that saving. Should be over £100. You're paying £71.41 and split pay. Split pay means it's just an option you choose. You can pay half today and half in a month's time. Morning, Stuart and team. Happy Sunday. Thanks, Heather. My iPad is not charged up, so I'm so sorry, Facebook viewers. I can't see your messages at the moment. We're charging it up as we speak, and hopefully I'll have 10% at some point soon. Right, 12 in baskets. I've got 3 left. If you want the 4.5 meters of... Now, this is extra wide. This is extra wide. And can I have a tape measure, please? I just want to measure this to see. I'm thinking it's about 50 inches wide. This is half the width. 274, is it? Oh, so this is extra. Oh, good gracious, I didn't realise that. So this is 106 inches, 108 inches wide. Oh, wow, well, that puts a different complexion on it completely. Wow, okay. You'd spotted this at home, you see, because you read the description and I didn't. This is like extra wide backing, but this is, amazing, amazing. So 4.5 metres, that's enough for, well, almost 2 queen-size quilts for 71.41, 793.5 metre for extra wide. But this is also exactly the same quality fabric as regular batik. Good morning, Stuart and all. Claire, good morning. How are you? Thanks for joining us. One left. Oh, wow, it's gone. It's gone. Well done. Right, one bolt left. This is a gorgeous lemon. Really pretty. Lovely and subtle. Look at that. Now we know this is 274 centimetres wide, almost 2 3/4 metres wide. This is actually in 4, not in half. 71.41. Absolutely amazing. Amazing value. Last few chances left. This would be perfect for backing quilts with, but also this would be fabulous on the front of your quilt. What a great opportunity. The other thing I'm just going to say about this one in particular, because it's a lovely light batik, if you wanted to over dye this, you absolutely could. So for example, if you wanted a gorgeous, say, blue or green backing fabric, turquoise backing fabric for a quilt, you could buy this, a box of Dylon, throw it in the washing machine, £71.41 plus the cost of your dye. In fact, you could get 2 boxes of dye and dye half of it one colour and half of it the other. 3 times as many of you have this in your basket than I have. Amazing, amazing value. Don't miss out on this. Don't miss out on this. And because of the process as well, it's very, very finely woven, very high thread count, and it's washed repeatedly in the dyeing process. So there's really no shrinkage at all, which makes it a very, very good option for a backing fabric. No shrinkage at all. Brilliant stuff. Very, very high quality. Right, keep going through for that. The early birds sold out as well, by the way, so well done if you got that. Now let's talk Kaffe Fassett, and I have some good news and some bad news. The good news is I've got his book, signed book, brand new, Quilts in London, in stock. The bad news is I've only got 35. Now actually this sold out completely when Delphine was on. Oh no, if you put the wrong book in. It's not Quilts on an English Farm, it's Quilts in London. Oh no, Ben. We don't have any, we don't. So I don't have any good news. Go on, say sorry. Quilts on an English Farm. Stop, really? Oh, this is good news then. Okay, you've saved the day, Ben. Quilts on an English Farm. This was last year's brand new book from Kaffe. And as a sorry, Ben is dropping the price from $29.99. All right, you're forgiven. $17.99. Have a look on the bookshelf. $17.99. Oh, we've got it there. No, we haven't. Yeah, have a look on the bookshelf, Ben.
I got it.
You got it? Wonderful. Well done. Thank you. Oh, well, you've redeemed yourself. Let's have a quick flick. It is a lovely book. And if you haven't already got it, for $17.99, it's a signed copy. And it is a beautiful book. That's stunning. This is a bit of a bargain, isn't it? This is a bargain price to say sorry for not having any copies of Quilts in London. There are some absolutely gorgeous quilts in this book. That's stunning. Absolutely lovely. I do only have 30 of this book left. £17.99. I'm not surprised. Ah, old tractor. That's a lovely one. And you know, you can use these patterns with other fabrics, of course. It doesn't have to be done with Kaffe. You can mix and match. Fabulous. See, very different look. Lots and lots of quilts in this book. You've got all of your instructions, all of your piecing diagrams. It's all there, all laid out. Your templates are full-sized. It's a bit of a bargain, that, and it's a signed copy. Quilts on an English Farm, £17.99 from Kaffe Fassett. Now, there is a way to get Kaffe's brand new book, and it's in the form of a quilt kit. Let's start with the one that's hanging behind me. I've got 3 quilt books, and I've got hot snowball circles. I'm going to go to the quilt first of all, because this is spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. So many gorgeous, vibrant colours there. Oranges, purples. It's absolutely vibrant and divine. Now, it's a big quilt. 203 centimetres, so just over 2 metres square. Easy to make. You've got snowball blocks. So a square of fabric, 4 squares on the corner, stitch and flip. Your second block is a square with a frame sewn around it, all the way around, and then stitch and flip corners, the same as this. They're your 2 blocks. Easy peasy, okay? You've got the quilt book, Quilts in London. This is Kaffe's brand new book. It is signed, and you've got an array of fabulous quilts, all photographed around Camden Lock, one of my favourite places in London to visit. I love walking from Camden Lock to Little Venice. It's such a, if you've never done it, if you're in London, walk from Camden Lock to Little Venice. You walk past London Zoo, the really posh houses, you walk all along the canal. It's absolutely beautiful. It's so serene. And then you end up in Little Venice. Look, there's the quilt itself. Beautiful. Now, this is a stunning quilt. I've also got this kit available as well. The bordered diamonds, I've got this kit available as well. Now, price-wise, £289.99. That's for the big quilt kit and the book. You're actually going to pay £214.99, and it's on 3 split pays as well, which means spread over 3 months, you're going to be paying today, what about £75? £71.66. £71.66. There's a lot of fabric in there. I think this was demoed, wasn't it, on Thursday? The 3rd of August. Yeah, that was last Sunday. And that was with Delphine. Yeah, so if you want to grab a hold of that, you get the kit, you get the book. Gorgeous, loads of fabric in there. Well, you can see behind me all of this gorgeous fabric. You've got your focus print. The spots look amazing, don't they? And you've got some real classics in there as well. The like Italian glass, gorgeous. Guinea flower, that's one of my favourite Kaffe prints. Some really fabulous florals. Susie's got in touch. What a glorious cacophony of colour in the quilt. Love Kaffe fabrics. Look forward to this new book. Yeah, it is absolutely wonderful. And a brilliant that we've got copies, because it literally only launched last week at Festival of Quilts. And we also had it on air, didn't we? Morning, Stuart. I wanted to say hello at the NEC last weekend, but lost my nerve. Oh, Jane. Virtual hug. Next time, please just come over and come and say hi. It's so lovely for me to meet everybody. I really enjoy it. It's my favourite thing about festival. Hope you had a good day anyway. It was Fantastic, wasn't it? That's your cave. Hot snowball circles are absolutely delicious. So that's our first quilt kit. Now our second one, I need to run over to the other side of the studio because I've got another fabulous, I think this is delicious. This is absolutely my colours. I feel like a tone in, rather even the necklace tones in with this. Should be £289.99. We're going to match the price. This has got that little bit of black, do you see? It's a real counterpoint to all those vibrant colours, and it really provides just that little bit of definition and framing. This is called Snowball Circles, sorry, Snowball Stars, and just gorgeous. Rich plums and browns and greens and that turquoise blue in there. Such a beautiful colour combination. I think that's stunning. Now this, okay, one block the same. This block right here, exactly the same. A large square, 4 squares on the corner and snowballed. Just stitch and flip, okay? Second block here, it's your classic Ohio star, flying geese, and a square in the centre, and then just half square triangles in the 4 corners, and the whole thing just links up. I think that's delicious. Absolutely delicious. I would make that quilt in a heartbeat. Here's the kit. You get the book included, which means that you've got access to all of the other patterns in there, and there are some absolutely gorgeous quilt patterns in the book. More than 20 designs in the book, and all in glorious Kaffe Technicolor. Now, this is absolutely flying out. It's a gorgeous quilt kit. I do not have very many of these left at all. It is on 3 split pays as well. £71 and change is your split pay. And no interest, no forms to fill in, just a box you tick when you're checking out. Fabulous. Right, that's Contrast Snowball Stars. Really love the colours. Then my last Kaffe kit for the hour, I also have that quilt right here. It's called Cool Bordered Diamonds. And again, we're going to match that price. £329.99 is your price, but that price is dropping. You're making a fantastic saving here. This was on with Delphine, but we're going to match the price, £274.99. Now, Ben, could I have a bit of a hand holding up the quilt, please? It is fabulous. I love blue in a quilt, but of course when Kaffe does blue in a quilt, there's pink and there's green and there's purple and there's so many gorgeous colours. I'll just give you a little. That is really beautiful. That is really beautiful. Easy quilt to make. Easy quilt to make. Each block's only got 5 pieces of fabric in it. I've got single figures left, and I'm just going to kind of hold up. It's fabulous, isn't it? It's fabulous. This is a bigger quilt. It started higher, but that is just amazing. You get the book. You get the book as well, don't forget. Thank you, Finn. That's gorgeous. Bordered Diamonds, the cool colourway. Again, in the book, Quilts in London by Kaffe Fassett. Let's find it. Oh, there we go. There it is. There it is. And I think this helps to put into context when you buy a quilt kit. Because when you look at all of the different fabrics that you need, and you get all of that included, so you can reproduce the quilt. Exactly. I'm not sure that it says on the outside exactly how much fabric is in there, but this is 212 centimetres by 169. It's a big quilt, so you're getting a lot of fabric. And just being able to find all of these fabrics, you know, just the hassle, but also being able to buy the right amount. This way, buying the kit, you've got the book, you've got all of the fabrics that you need, that Kaffe has picked personally for the quilt, and you can reproduce his original faithfully and get that incredible, vibrant look. Now, this is oversubscribed. There are more of you with it in your baskets than I have available, which means that some of you are going to miss out. Some of you are going to miss out. But check out your basket and you'll get it. Last few chances. Okay, right. I've got an incredible bundle of Kaffe. Very limited. I want to show you the whole bundle because all of that together, it is just so vibrant, so dynamic and exciting. These are all ½ meters and you're actually getting 26 different fabrics. That's like the ultimate stash, isn't it? So many of you with this in your basket. It's on 3 split pays, which means to get it home, you don't need to spend £227.24. You can get it home for £75 and change to get it home. But we're going to do a little price drop too. Be ready to check your basket out, won't you? Fantastic. There we go. That's more like it. £207.24. Still on 3 split pays. So now, to get it home, £69.08. Okay, very nice. Thank you very much. Okay, let's have a look and see what you're getting. I think the most important thing is how do they look all together? Because this is how you're going to use them in your quilt. And let me just say, if you were quick enough to get the early bird, this is where, if this is your selection of fabrics, and this, wow, this is your neutral. Fabulous, absolutely fabulous. Loads of you checking out your baskets. Let's see what we've got. I won't open out every fabric, but I do want to show you all of them so you can see that. Incredible, absolutely wild, aren't they? So vibrant and stunning. It is all about how they work together. Think about doing something like a classic log cabin using these fabrics, but maybe your neutral is black. Maybe your neutral is a really dark blue, or a vibrant blue, or a lilac. Now, there's more in baskets than we've got available. If you're a bag maker, this is your sort of ultimate Kaffe Fassett bag collection, isn't it? If you mixed every one of these ½ meters with ½ meter of solid and just pick one solid, like this one it might be a claret, this one it might be a sky blue, this one it might be black, this one it might be a soft blue or a pink, make a bag, you've got 26 large bags out of this. Look at this stripe. We don't see anything like enough of Kaffe stripes here, but you've got some in this bundle. This is the ultimate Kaffe Fassett bundle. Now then, let me tell you, I don't have teens left anymore. And in baskets, okay, 20 of you with it in your basket. You're going to have to be quick. How delicious a selection is this? It's a huge bundle. It's a stash. It is your stash, ready-made. You don't have to just mix solids with Kaffe. Batiks, tone-on-tones, other prints, if you've got Anna Maria Horner, if you've got some Amy Butler fabric, look at that. That is incredible. That's like those sort of end papers of antique books, isn't it? But supersized and vibrant. Absolutely amazing. We've got some shot cotton in there and another beautiful stripe. That is just gorgeous. The thing is as well, if you want to, you can just colour block these. So for example, I'm just going to pull out a few. So if you don't want lots of different colours all mixed together, you have a more of a, like, you want a little bit more of a restrict. I'm going to bring it over in a second, yeah. I'm just going to, so look. So this palette, I'm going to keep adding. Okay. So for example, that, okay. Yeah, look. So that is a quilt, yeah? That's a quilt. We're done, we're done. Maybe, ooh, yeah, a little bit of that as well. And as soon as you put that in, it makes me think, okay, let's start adding a few more pinks. Let's start, okay, but let's just keep that to one side. So there's one quilt, but then look. Now, actually, these would mix in really nicely with that if you wanted to, but I'm just going to pull these out because you've actually got a second quilt here as well. This is where we're going to use all of our rich, hot, warm, vibrant tones. So you can actually really easily split this collection into two amazing palettes. And I think for me, that's exactly what I would do. But if you wanted to, there's no reason. Now this one is going to go into the top pile and this one's going to go here. So look, from that bundle, I've now got my warm palette and then I've also got my cool palette. That's two big quilts. And especially you're going to put your neutral in. Yeah? Check out your baskets. Don't miss out. I think this is a rather wonderful opportunity. 21 in baskets. I don't even have teens. So that is really gorgeous, isn't it? I'm going to pop them all together again just to give you one last look. Last of stock too. Definitely delicious. I couldn't agree more, says Christine in County Durham. Could I have some water, please? I've got a really nasty feeling I'm going to lose my voice. Well done. If you checked out your baskets, that's more of you checking out. We are definitely going to sell out of this. And pretty much any moment. I would definitely add in some neutral here. Like I said, it doesn't have to be cream or white or black. You could go, I would go probably more with a soft pink or a soft lilac, just to keep it all warm, but just to keep it light as well. You could even do just a really simple quilt like a rail fence, just strips sewn together and then cut into blocks this way and that, this way and that. Would look amazing. It would look amazing. But equally, you could do something really spectacular. A Lone Star quilt, feathered stars, you name it. It's going to look amazing. 2 quilts, 3 quilts maybe. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, one thing that might help you when you're designing your quilt or putting your quilt together is this. Kaffe Fassett design wall. And if you've got my book, Simple Shapes, Stunning Quilts, I actually use Kaffe Fassett design wall in the book. And there's a little bit of a demo in the book. Thank you, Finn. It's kind of brushed cotton. It's grey and specifically designed by Kaffe in this soft grey so that you could really see your colours against it and sort of see the wood for the trees. It's also gridded in a 2-inch grid to help you lay out your blocks, your pieces straight. If you've ever been to one of Kaffe's colour workshops, you will know this design wall. You all have a big piece of this design wall hanging up in your area, and you create your layout for your quilt. That is the class, if you like. They are clever. I've got it in my studio, and it's so clever. It's so useful to be able to put things up and then step back, walk away, go out, come back into the room, see what's there on the wall. You spot things that you wouldn't see down on the floor. Or now let me just show you what you get. It's a brushed cotton, so your fabric naturally sticks to it. So this is your design wall. If I just kind of hold it up, there we go. So you can see that's the piece that you get. So if you want bigger than that, you can always pin or even sew 2 pieces together. But it works really, really well. I actually really like the colour of it. I think it's lovely. So that is your design wall. Ooh, folded that well, didn't I? Right, let me pop this to one side. Now, oh gosh, our next fabric I went wild for when I saw it. These are all available by the ½ metre. Let me just show you. I've got 4 different options. All of them. Oh, these are so beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I'm going to start with the green. It's been very, very popular on pre-order. £7.99 ½ metre. These are woven stripes. This is actually where Kaffe started in his fabric design journey. He started with woven stripes, and they were woven in India by artisan weavers, and they were done with rowan, who most people know for yarn and knitting and crochet. But they were designed by Kaffe. He created the colour, and you know, they are still, I think, one of his best designs he's ever done. 44 inches wide, beautiful quality. Ideal for things like dressmaking, shirts, trousers, dresses, that kind of thing. Perfect, of course, for quilt making and bag making as well. And often what Kaffe does is he treats this like a patterned fabric and will fussy cut. So if you have the same repeats, or if you have even 4 squares cut from the same sewn together, yeah, with the stripes this way, this way, this way, this way, you get the most incredible looks without really doing any work at all. Diamonds cut out, again, fussy cut, or not. Amazing for borders, amazing for bindings and borders as well. But for dressmaking, how stunning is that? Just gorgeous. My iPad is up and running, so I can now say good morning to Steph and to Pam and to Claire and to Hilary and to Anne. And Hillary's messaged again to say she's been a big fan of Kaffe ever since he did glorious knitwear in the 1980s. Me too. Anne says good morning. Loving Delphine's cushions. Jane says good morning. Yvette says, good morning, handsome. Lovely way to start the Sunday morning. Christine says, good morning. Deborah too, and Lou, and Sue. Good morning to you all. Beautiful, that, isn't it? £7.99 a half metre. It is cut to order, so if you want a metre and a half, 3 units, and there you are. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Can I pick my next favourite colour? They're all my favourite colours, but you could mix them. You could mix them. They work beautifully with patterned fabrics as well, or with solids. You know, can you imagine doing a New Mexico quilt in these colours, solids, and then using this for a border? It would be incredible. This is called Midnight, and it's deep indigo, deep purple, plum, but then you've got these fabulous, rich tobacco browns, chestnut, deep rusts and navies. Oh, sorry, I've got a real tickle. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to be drinking lots of water. Helen says, good morning, Stuart. Loving the woven stripes. Are they the same weight as Kaffe's florals? Yes. Yes, they are. They're because Kaffe's prints are a slightly lighter weight of cotton than most other quilt weight cottons. They are a little lighter, and these are the same. These are what I would call a shirting weight of cotton, or you know, the same sort of weight as poplin. Now these are all perfect for quilt making, and you can mix and match to your heart's content. It makes absolutely no difference mixing them together, and when you come to layer it with your wadding and your backing and quilt it, the resulting quilt will feel and look no different if you've mixed them, if you've used all Kaffe. They work perfectly. They work perfectly. Gorgeous. So that's Midnight. Next up, oh, yummy. Again, dressmaking, quilting, bag making. This is called denim. This is denim. And again, think about a border around a quilt. Beautiful. Sashing between your blocks. A binding. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab the black fabric for a second just to show you, well, just to show you how a binding, I mean that around the edge of your quilt, just fabulous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Use it in a plique. It's really fab. Love it. Absolutely love it. But what about dressmaking? We've all said, oh, lounge pants, fabulous, gorgeous, like a tunic top, a beach cover-up. Morning to Mo, she says, morning, handsome, and crew. Yeah? Did you get that? No, no, no. Morning, handsome, and crew. Crew. One day it'll just be crew. I'm praying for the day, Mo. Jane says, the Sussex seamstress, got to meet her yesterday at last. She says, morning, that midnight stripe is amazing. That's going in my basket. Now that's from the Sussex seamstress herself. So, you know, absolutely wonderful to have Jane on air yesterday. It was a real treat. Helen says, good morning, Stuart. Loving the woven. Oh, sorry, I've read that already. Loving the woven stripes. Are they the same weight as Kaffe's florals? Yes, they are. Dawn says, oh, my love, Kaffe. And of course, Stuart. Shame I have to go to work now. Oh, Dawn. Boo. Laurie says, happy Sunday, Stuart and team. Absolutely love Kaffe's diamond quilt. One of my favourites in his new book. Have a great day. You too, my love. You too. Right, that's denim. And then I've got one more. This is going to blow your socks off. This is like all my spices in my spice cupboard. Oh, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. New Mexico in pinks and plums and vibrant. Oh, I need to do that. I need to do. Oh, a Moroccan version of New Mexico. It could be just called Algiers. Oh, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I need some of this fabric. Can you buy me some, please, Ben? Buy me some, please. Oh, how good. Look. But look, half triangle, and then now I wouldn't do the other half in black, but if you just did half square triangle, do you know what I mean? Half square triangles, maybe with like a plum or something like that, or you could put a different. Oh, what a nice idea! What about if you had, you could do it like that away. I just need to kind of fold this so you can see, like, oh, now imagine lots of different stripes this way and that. Or if you had the stripes going like that way, like that. Loads. You could have so much fun with these fabrics. So much fun. Absolutely gorgeous. So this one is warm. Warm. Okay, I need to remember that, Ben, because I definitely need to do that. What did we call it? Marrakesh? Marrakesh. The Marrakesh quilt. The Marrakesh quilt. Ben, Ollie, I'm going to do that for you. Shall I do that? Shall I do the Marrakesh quilt? Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it. I'll do it. Tell you what, I'll do it for my birthday for February. How about that? Too long to wait? Third. The third, Ben. Well, that's closer than my own husband would guess, I think. I do normally work on my birthday, yeah. Oh. Right. I have got some amazing 10-inch charm packs. From Kaffe, where would you like to, should we start with rainbow? Let's start with rainbow. Oh, these are just gorgeous. I'm going to show you. This is called Spectrum. Yeah, this is Spectrum. Right, let me just carefully lift this so we can have a little look. A peruse of the fabrics. Now, 42 squares. Oh, yes, please. You're going to, oh, look at that. Thank you, Ben. That's £10 off. You've got a glorious rainbow mixture. This is starting with deep reds. We're going into those orange reds and orange now. Yes. Golden yellows. Vibrant. So gorgeous. And of course with Kaffe fabrics you get so much bang for your buck. We're into the lime greens now. Deeper, darker, rich. We're starting to head towards blue. There we go. Oh. Yes, indigo, purple. Look at those. Yeah, absolutely stunning. And you're saving £10 today. £54.99. Yes, please. Absolutely wonderful. If you're looking for patterns for 10-inch layer cakes, if you've got any of my books, my quilt books, always put plenty of patterns in there for using them. Now, next up, I've got Royal. 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 Is it helpful for me to show you the... Yeah. £10 off. Yes, please. Yes, please. £10 off. £54.99 again. Here we go. Here we go. Right. So in here, we've gone Royal. And this is, wow. If you love blues, purples, lilacs, indigo, plum, this is the one for you. If you love the look of the colour combination in the bordered diamonds quilt, this is amazing selection. Now, I don't say you can make that quilt using this. I don't know if you'd have enough or big enough pieces, but if you like the colour combination, well, this is kind of done for you. And I think colour confidence is something that most of us lack, certainly at some point in our making life, but using a layer cake, a charm pack, a strip roll, a jelly roll is a very, very good way of gaining colour confidence, because you're using colours that you love that have been selected by someone else, but that will really help. Have a look at this one. You see, you've got those plums, and you've got those purples and some of those blues, turquoise, but you've also got that gold. And that gold and that rich sort of, even almost browns, khakis, is a fabulous combination. Not one I would have thought of, but it really works. These are lush, absolutely gorgeous. We don't often have pre-cuts. It's such a lovely opportunity to get something into your stash. And again, if you didn't make it to Festival of Quilt, we all stocked up our stash a little bit at Festival. If you weren't there, it's lovely just to have a little something special to add to your stash, isn't it? Right, let's go to something really soft, really gentle, and quite pastel. This is called Sorbet. This is called Sorbet. And these are really gentle prints. And Kaffe does do some really lovely, gentle, soft colours. Again, £10 off. I mean, that is just stunning. I would mix this with white, or if you got the bolt of pale lemon batik, that would be a gorgeous colour to put with these. Oh, I've still got, have I? Oh, Finn, could you just grab me the yellow batik, please? The bolt of yellow batik. Is it just there on the... That's awesome. Sorry, no one needed to see the top of my head then. Thank you. Yellow, that's it, thanks. Look. Right. Oh, look. Ha ha ha, look at that. Look. I've got 6 of these bolts left. But look, wouldn't that make the most gorgeous neutral to use with this layer cake? Oh, yes. Sunshine. Beautiful, but also delicate and soft. You could make pinwheel blocks, you know, 4 half square triangles made from your layer cake with the lemon batik. Sew the 4 together in a pinwheel and then sew them together. There's your quilt. And it would look stunning. So pretty, these blues against the lemon. So, so pretty. The lilac looks good. Yellow's a lovely neutral because, look, it always works in nature, doesn't it? You know, flowers have yellow centres often. And it always works, whatever the colour of the flower. So for that reason alone, it's going to work in your quilt. That's sorbet. It's sort of pastel rainbow. Really gorgeous, and just looks great with the batik. Could we just give the details of the batik, please? It's a very, very special deal. This batik is not 44 inches wide, it's 108 inches wide. So if you were looking, thinking, I mean, 4.5 meters for 71.41, but it's 108 inches wide. 25, 26 of you now with it in your basket. You're paying less than £7 per half metre. This is extra wide fabric, and it's exactly the same quality as regular width batik. Absolutely amazing value, incredible value. I've got 2 more. Do you want me to go through these, or was it something else? Yeah. 2 more layer cakes. I've got Ruby. Ruby, look, it's all the reds, all the pinks, bright oranges. If you love those really hot, bright, intense colours, that would work for Marrakesh. Very nice, very nice. Quilts from Marrakesh. There it is, £54.99. You're making a £10 saving on that. And then the last one I've got is called Polaris. Polaris. Ooh, interesting. Kind of prints with black in them. Which again, if you manage to get the early bird, that would work so well. There they are. Ooh, kind of black and white with a little colour added in. Now, Tulip Pink's done that, hasn't she? Her line work and her grey work collections are essentially black, white, grey with a little bit of colour. Delicious. It's delicious. Now, I am going to very quickly recap the Kaffe bundle. I'm just going to grab it. Now, Finn's refolded and put everything back. So let's get it all back out again. No. I wouldn't do that to you. Oh, look. But I split this into a cool palette and a warm palette, and it took all of 2 minutes, easy peasy. I've got single figures left. There's 20 of you with it in your basket, and I've got single figures left. This, once it's gone forever. This is last of stock. This is a mega bundle of 26 half meters. This is a ready-made stash. And actually, if you want to, you can take my 2 layouts and make a warm quilt and a cool quilt. 2 quilts out of this. And you wouldn't even have to add your own neutral if you didn't want to, but I would add something to each one, to maybe black with one, or I don't know, deep red. That would be lovely. You must check out your baskets now, though. Lots of you with this sitting in your basket. Single figures. Right, we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, the fabulous Delphine Brooks is here. She has outdone herself. This is amazing. We've got the Highland cow and we've got the cute fox made in felt collage. Very clever, very creative. It's Delphine Brooks, everyone, after the break.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is. Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Well, this hour I'm with an absolute creative genius. It's Delphine Brooks.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
You
Oh, you've done it again.
Oh, I'm just having fun with felt.
Every
playing.
time. Fun with felt.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the show.
Yeah, it should.
Fun with felt.
Fun with felt.
And is it great fun?
Oh, it's fun, it's easy, and yeah, and effective and different.
So effective. We've got 2 amazing brand new designs from Delphine Brooks today. We've got the felt fox, but we're going to start with the felt Highland cow. Look. That is... I love it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'm going to grab the actual cushion. So clever. It's got texture to it. It's really clever, Delphine. Achievable for everyone.
Yes. Yeah. Just a tiny little straight stitch, that's all.
Brilliant. Easy sewing. You've got full instructions, of course. The price is amazing. $28.99. That's for a full kit. That's everything you need to create your Highland cow and your wool for your cushion throughout. Absolutely gorgeous. Real quality. And, of course, your full pattern from Delphine, reusable, are just brilliant. Flying out. Let me show you what you get as well. So you get your pattern, as always with Delphine. You are guided throughout all the process, how to create full-size templates and a placement guide. You've also got your cotton fabric. You'll explain how we use the cotton fabric in the demo, won't you? You're also getting a big piece of wool, gorgeous grey wool. You're also going to get a pack of felt. Now, these packs of felt are random, aren't they?
Yeah, they're assorted, yeah.
They're assorted. You get loads. Let me show you typically what you get in one pack. Look at all of that. Look at that. Delphine's laid that out. Now, I should just point out, you will actually get more in your pack than this because Delphine came over and swiped a couple of handfuls. Didn't you, Delphine?
I did. Sorry.
But we don't mind. We don't mind. But there was even more here until about 2 minutes before the show. So you get a lot. You get a lot. Now, you do get one pack of the felt with your kit, but Delphine, we were saying, actually not a bad idea to get a second pack of felt.
Yeah, because if you want the specific colours, or if you want to do a fox in certain colours, or the or the Highland cow, you could just have more choice.
And actually, for $3.99 for that extra pack of felt, it's going to give you so many more options. And don't forget, once you've made one, you'll want to make another. And I'm imagining you don't use a whole pack.
No, I had about half left.
So if you
Probably
did...
just under.
Yeah, if you got 2 packs, you'd be able to probably make 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would get an extra pack of felt. Now, I don't have loads of these packs of felt by any means, and they are flying out. It's such a cool technique, and I think once you've seen how Delphine does it, you will want to get involved. You could get the pattern and a pack of felt, add your own backing fabric, almost make your own kit. So that is the Highland cow. Just brilliant. So inspiring and very much kind of rainbow, use all the colours.
Yep.
Now, let's have a look at the pattern on its own. You can get the pattern on its own. I would highly recommend you get a pack of felt. If you're going to buy the pattern, buy at least one pack of felt as well. £9.99 for the physical pattern. If you're adding in a pack of felt, remember, it's only £3.99 adding to the cost. So I would definitely get that. But here we go. Felt Highland cow pattern, £9.99, physical copy. Hundreds of you have gone for this already. And if you want a digital version, a digital download, we'll give you the details for that too.
I was going to say as well, if anyone's done my old Highland cow, this pattern is different. The templates are different. It might look similar because of the felt, but it is a different template.
Yeah. You can't use that old pattern
No, it
to
won't
make
work.
this. Won't work. So this is the digital download version. Same pattern, but you can print it off yourself or keep it on your tablet. How do you keep coming up with so many brilliant ideas, Delphine?
I don't know, I just
Who
look
you
at
are.
stuff and just think, oh, that could be this or that could be that. I just try and be different and just live different techniques. And it doesn't always work, I just play and it's just experiment with ideas.
It's great that we have you because I don't know about you, I would not have looked at this bag of felt pieces and thought, I know, I could do that. That's when you need a Delphine in your life. The kit could easily sell out very, very quickly. If you want the kit, let's give you the details. £28.99. You get the full printed pattern. You get one felt collage kit. There's plenty in there to make the felt Highland cow. I am personally recommending you get a second bag just so that you can be really, really choosy about how you pick your colours if you want, or be able to make 2 or 3 of these. You get your wool for your background of your cushion. You also get your cotton, which you're going to use as a kind of foundation.
Yep.
But Delphine will show us how. But I would grab that while you can, because there are so many of you with this in your basket. Now remember that bag, it's all very compressed and compacted. Look at what you get, typically in one pack. Loads of different colours. Assorted sizes, super helpful that you did that for us, Delphine, thank you. As I say, there was more on it, but Delphine has taken some. It's really flying out. I've got very few of these left. But grab the kit for £28.99, but I would also get yourself an extra bag of the felt pieces. Let's just give you the details of the felt pieces one more time as well. Because you might be looking at this, oh, this technique, brilliant. They've been flying out. You get 100 grams, 100 grams, 4 ounces. When you see it laid out, it's like, wow, that is a lot for under £4. And now I'm feeling inspired.
Good,
Wow.
good.
Right, that's the Highland cow. Let's talk cute felt fox. This is adorable. Absolutely adorable. Kind of fox who's been sleeping, actually probably still asleep, and got bedhead.
Yes.
Definitely. Super cute and fluffy. This technique could be applied to so many different animals, couldn't it?
Oh yeah, I could come up with all sorts. If I did another one, I could do, there's other animals I would do, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Just a brilliant idea. Love the colour of the wool too. So let me show you what you get. So you get your pattern, of course, printed pattern. You get your cotton for the base of your fox. Now you don't really see this. You don't see it at all in the finished article, but it is very, very important. You also get, look at that gorgeous Is this a boiled
Yes,
wool?
yeah.
Oh, it's lovely. I love it. Gorgeous. Love that kind of deep Dijon mustard colour. And then you also get your collage pack. Now, this might, I don't know, what do you think? Do you think a second pack of felt would be helpful?
Yeah, it might be helpful if you want to stick with certain colours. I did it with using the one pack. I've opened a few of them now, and they tend to, like I say, you do get those browns, oranges, lots of whites as well. And I quite like using the greys, and the lighter brown tones work quite well.
You definitely, I mean, you get loads of this like foxy brown, and they do vary, of course. Chocolate.
I like
rust.
the way they vary though, because it adds more texture and colour, and
Definitely.
otherwise it would all be the same matted colour, so I quite like mixing it up.
Exactly, exactly. And these pieces are plenty big enough for the technique, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because you're not just getting one applique shape out of each piece, you're probably getting 4 or 5.
Yeah.
It's a really clever technique. Loads in there. And you could add to the picture, couldn't you? If you wanted to add some flowers, some grasses, something else.
Yeah, definitely. You get quite a lot left over.
Love it. Absolutely love it. That's the cute Felt Fox cushion kit. You get your instructions, you get your felt, your boiled wool and your cotton fabric, all included. Full instructions and full-size templates. Now, on the web image, it shows the fox stuff, but the Highland cow instructions have been put in by mistake.
Right,
But
okay.
you get the fox. These are the fox instructions. Full instructions, full-size templates. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But my top tip would be grab a second bag of felt while we've got them, because once you've made one of these, you'll want to do another and another. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. You could even, I suppose, shrink it down a little bit and do a little fox cub.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Be
Sleep
cute.
next to it,
Yeah. I love the fact that the tail is curling round on the side as well. So clever. Well, just very quickly, here are details. I've got 50 left. That sounds like a lot. It's not. There's hundreds of you with it in your basket. 100 grams of multicoloured collage felt. All in squares, strips, rectangles. Really useful. Super. Delphine, do I need anything else?
Bondweb, always.
Bondweb, great. Of course.
Always with
Can
me.
you quilt without Bondweb?
It's my...
Why would you?
Exactly.
Unless you happen to. Well, I will just mention quickly that you can get the instructions on their own, and I'll give you the details for that too. This is the Felt Fox. Physical instructions. Printed, posted out. Little foxy. Super cute. If you want digital instructions instead, a digital download. Useful if you're not buying anything else today because you don't pay postage, of course. Or if you're overseas. Or if you are very keen to get going today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, you can, because you can download the instructions right away as soon as you've paid for them and get cracking. Right. I'll just mention the Bondweb. I've got 2 options. If you were only making this project, would the small pack
Yeah,
be?
plenty.
So, small pack first. This would be enough to do the cushion. £2.99. You get a piece that's 17.5 centimetres wide by 1.2 metres, so a long strip. But if you want to be able to make several, or have some left over for other applique projects, our favourite option is the 5-metre roll. This is 30 centimetres wide, so the length of an old school ruler, but 5 metres in length, £23.99. I only know that, Delphine, because I used to sit staring at the ruler in boarding class, thinking this won't be forever. And then I became a teacher.
Yeah, and now you
it's
need
like,
one all the time.
This won't be forever. £23.99 for the 5-metre roll. Delphine, 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 please make me a cushion.
Oh.
Which one are you going to work on?
I'm going to work on both,
Oh, cool.
hopefully, if I have time.
Yeah.
I was going to, can I borrow the tray of felt?
Ah.
I will keep it tidy. I might nick a few more pieces.
Do it.
Right. Okay, so a rotary cutter is quite handy.
Yep.
So obviously all the pieces on the of the felt are all slightly different sizes. It doesn't matter. I actually quite prefer the fact that they're all in different lengths, because by having them in different lengths is going to give you a lot more texture, and you don't want all the pieces to be really uniform. I think if they are different sizes, it's just going to make it more interesting.
Yeah, it's not a fringe, is it? It's supposed to look like fur or hair.
Yeah, yeah. So all you need is one of your little squares. If you're doing this using your own felt, though, you need about roughly between 1.5 to 2 inch square rectangle pieces. So, and all you're going to do, no bonder web on these. So roughly about 1 centimetre at the widest part at the top, and you just make them into little points.
Pizza.
Yeah, so just little.
Pizza slices.
Yeah, pizza slices, yeah. And then I'll take that green one as well. And you just, so this one again, it's a bit smaller, doesn't matter. And as you can see, I'm not being too precious about it. I'm not measuring anything. And I'm just creating a little pack of confetti with felt.
Awesome, love that. Now I'm just thinking about pizza, Delphine.
Pizza, I had pizza last night.
Did you? Was it delicious?
Spicy.
Oh, yummy.
I like the spicier the better.
Jalapenos?
Jalapenos. Always got to have jalapenos on it.
I agree.
Yeah, it's not a pizza without jalapenos. Spicier the better.
Gorgeous.
And chilli. Extra chilli.
Oh, yum.
So if you're wondering what the fabric's for,
Yes, I was.
so the reason why I've put the fabric, because I didn't want to do it directly onto.
Small toupee.
It is, isn't it? Very small. So as you can see,
Or a
these
faux
pieces are
beard.
different. Yeah. So what the reason we're using this is because we're actually going to attach all of our applique pieces onto these foundation pieces, and then build up our applique.
So that's got the bond web on it.
That's got the bond web on
Makes
it.
sense.
So that's my pattern piece. This is to make the hair piece on the Highland cow. So that's what we're going to
Just
do.
another day at work.
I know.
What are you doing, Mum?
I've got friends who've got real corporate jobs. And oh, we're going to London and doing this. I'm making a felt Highland cow.
Yeah, I'm doing a
Making
hairpiece for a Highland
Yeah,
cow.
yeah.
Are you, Delphine?
I
Are
am.
you?
It's so bizarre, the conversation I have with some of my friends. So, yeah, so you just create your little confetti piece. I wanted this one to be very rainbow, but you can do it in your own style. It doesn't have to be the same. So the reason why these pieces are slightly different is because I've put these points on it to indicate where I want you to go a little bit lower. So you basically we want to cover this whole thing with the felt. There's only 1 or 2 pieces on the Highland cow that's not completely covered. Is the the face piece, which is the darker browns and greens, because when you overlay it, you don't want it to be too bulky. So all you need to do is have a straight stitch on your machine. I'm not that bothered about the colour of your thread. It doesn't really matter.
Are you going to see it?
Not really.
No, fair
and if
enough.
you do, it's all part of it anyway.
So kind of neutral. Would
Yeah,
you?
yeah. So we're just going to take one of our pieces, and then starting from the bottom, sorry Ollie, starting from the bottom, and we're just going to work our way up in rows until we get to the top. But don't be afraid to let them go in different directions. Let me use a different colour so you can see. So don't be afraid to let them just go off in different directions or overlap.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to sew lots of little bits on, and hopefully I'll have a hairpiece in about 10 minutes.
Hopefully I'll have. A hairpiece. And
Make you one.
you're using a darning foot on your machine. Could you use a regular foot? If you
Yeah, just a regular foot's fine. Really, as long as you can see your stitches. You are going to be stopping and starting quite a bit, so have your little snippers nearby to snip off any of the threads.
So you're going forwards and then back on yourself.
Yeah.
Which is where the darning foot would be useful.
So yeah, just forward and back. So what I'll do 1 row, and then I'll trim off the pieces, and then I'll start adding more layers. So as you can see, I'm not putting any colour the same next to one another.
Now, are you deliberately choosing colours?
No, I'm going at random. If I picked up another colour exactly the same as this yellow, I'd change it.
Fine.
But I'm not that
But
bothered.
otherwise, you are literally just picking them up.
Yeah, so this is what makes the Highland cow one slightly different to the fox.
Why is that so difficult to do, though, Delphine? When we do scrap quilting, it's so hard, isn't it?
It
to be
is.
random.
I did a workshop, I think it was last year, and I was doing an applique workshop, and everyone brought, you know, their charm packs and their special fabrics and, you know, all ready for their applique, because it was all matchy-matchy. So I said, put that away, and I did an experimental project, and everyone had the same pattern,
Yeah.
and I just had a bag of Hessians, silks, tartans, really random colours, and everyone had to pick a piece of the fabric from each part of fabric.
Yeah.
And then what they had to do, they had to go and make this pattern, and it forces them to not be matchy-matchy and
That's
to use
uncomfortable, though.
they loved it. It is, because it's putting you out your comfort zone.
But at first, it's like, I can't breathe right now.
But it was such fun.
That's a brilliant strategy, though. I love that.
It was really
Fletcher and
good.
Cheshire's message to say, could you hand sew the felt, as it looks like a great project to take on holidays?
You could, because you only need a couple of stitches. Yeah, definitely. I think that would look really pretty.
It would look lovely.
Yeah, so,
Good call.
Yeah, make it and send me a
call.
picture. That'd be lovely.
So when you're sewing, you're not going all the way down to the bottom of your triangle?
No, you want to do, say, the top third.
Yeah, fine, makes sense.
So I'm just, now
I'm imagining when you start doing this at home, it might feel wrong to start with. When you put down 2 or 3 colours, you might look and think, oh, they don't go together. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it will all come together. And it's just a matter of having fun with it.
Just the process.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
bit- I always think when you start machine quilting, the first couple of lines look so wrong. Whatever you've done, you think, have I just ruined this? But you have to just keep going.
Yeah, like you say, just trust the process. There is method to my madness. Yeah. So I've nearly completed that first one already. There's any ones that have got a blunt. Ideally, you want to have that point.
Sue messaged in earlier with a really cool question that I'm going to pose to you.
Right.
She says, I'm just being nosy, but which quilts that you've made do you keep around and use regularly in your home? It's a very interesting question.
I've got a William Morris one that I've got on my sofa, which is really pretty. And good question, because last week I did my very first Mariner's Compass
Oh, did you? I'm proud of you.
using the Robin rulers.
Uh-huh.
And do you
Oh,
know
they're
what?
very cool.
I mean, it's a lot of steps.
Yep.
It's not
Yep.
easy, but
a
I feel
process.
like I am now. I am a quilter because I've made that.
Ah.
And that is one that I think, because the amount of work, I haven't finished it yet, but the amount of work that goes into it, and even though I love to be really random like this, and you know, this is me, this is my comfort zone, I feel happy doing it. I absolutely love the accuracy of quilting. So the more complicated a quilt, the more pleasure I get from it.
I get that completely.
Do you know what I mean?
I do. And the more I do, the more I want to go smaller and smaller and smaller with the pieces.
Yeah, yeah.
I used to want to use huge pieces of fabric so it was really fast.
Yeah.
And now I'm over rushing through and I want to enjoy the process.
Yeah.
Take my time.
No, I know exactly what you mean.
Interesting. So let's see the first row.
So that's my first row, and all I'm doing now is just clipping away those threads. I mean, you can't do this all at the end, but I just find it, I'm not a fan of having loose threads on my work.
No, me too. You've made a whinge, haven't you?
A whinge.
A whinge. It's a fringe, but it's a wig. It's a whinge.
There we are.
You can get faux fringes, can't you?
You can,
To
yeah.
clip on.
Yeah.
You really can. You really can.
There we are. So I've just trimmed off the majority of those.
See, that already looks fabulous.
It's
If
really
you want
fun.
to get this kit, I'm a cow's breadth away from single figures. Literally one, and we'll be single figures.
So I'm now going to start.
My
adding
goats have the worst breath ever, Delphine.
Your goats.
My
I can
goats.
imagine.
I'm down there feeding them like, anybody want a Tic Tac? But they're like, nah.
How many have you got? How many have you got now?
All about 35.
Oh, wow.
I say about because I'm not sure. Lots of lovely, gorgeous goats.
So I'm now starting to overlay the pieces.
Now, how close do you need to be? How far away is your second row?
Well, it doesn't really matter as long as you definitely obviously you don't want to cover that orange one, but just covering a couple of the stitches, and obviously they're different lengths. So you know, like I wouldn't put another green one on that one, so I'll put a lighter green there. And you just want to create this layered effect.
Cool.
So the aim really is to cover the navy fabric underneath. And obviously the more rows, the more layers you do, the more texture and interesting it's going to look.
I think it's such a cool technique. It's brilliant. I love it.
You know, and it's just, yeah, this is what happens when I'm left alone in my sewing room to my own devices.
And does that happen very often, Delphine?
Not really. Well,
Get left alone.
I am, well, when the kids are at school, whereas my house this week is, the last few weeks, it's been like a youth club. All I did last week was feed children.
Oh, I can imagine.
I had teenagers coming in and in, Louis and his friends coming in and out, and you know, I was like, oh well, actually, can Max now stay for a sleepover? Oh well, Tom's coming round. Before I knew it, I had 4 teenagers in Charlie's room.
Ooh.
And of course, 13-year-olds like to eat.
Of course they do, constantly.
So, and I do prize myself on, well, the boys tell me, and Nick, that I'm quite a good cook. So if they know, I do this pasta bake that they absolutely love, and if I do this pasta bake, you just know they're all going to come round.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're like, oh, so what's for tea? One of them was supposed to go around the other mum's house for tea, and they were saying, oh, so what are you doing? I was like, oh, I'm doing this pasta bake, and then before you know it, they're ringing up their mum saying, oh, I'm not coming back for tea, we're going to Delphine.
Perhaps you need to be less of a good cook. Get yourself a reputation as being a really bad cook.
Well, I like to know where they all are, so at least I know.
Fair enough.
I'm one of those houses where I'm a safe place. They know.
That's nice. I like that.
You know, they know me. You know, they can talk to me, and I can relate. You know, we're all teenagers once, weren't we?
Yeah, yeah,
So.
for sure. And I suppose as well, when they're all kind of eating as well, they talk, don't they?
Yes, they do. Oh yes.
And you find out what's going on.
I do, yeah. And they'll be whispering about something. And I'm like, lads, come on.
Are you a keeper of secrets?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
I like that. I would have enjoyed coming and hanging out at your house.
But it's fun. You know, well, like I said, they just like to eat
Yeah.
a lot of food, and we've
Pasta
got.
bake.
They love their pasta bake. I do one where I do a garlic bread topping, and they love it with crisps on the top. So.
When are you making that next?
Oh well, Tom and Jake are on holiday now, so it'll be when they get back from holiday. But they're
Or could you top it with pickled onion monster bun?
I've done it with all sorts. Their favourite, the boys' favourite, is for me to top it with like a jalapeno flavoured Doritos.
Have you passed on your love of chili to your children?
Charlie's not
Well
too bad.
done.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, Charlie's not too bad.
I remember when I met Charlie, my Charlie, and he didn't eat anything spicy
Oh no, it'd be changed
at
that.
all.
Really?
And I just thought, I don't know if I can live with this. So I had to do that kind of very, very gradual introduction of the tiniest little thing, you know. But curries, no. Chili, no. You know what I mean?
Oh no,
And
I
I
love a
just
curry.
thought,
That's the best
yeah.
food ever.
Oh, well now it's one of Charlie's absolute favourites.
Oh really? What's
Yeah,
his spice? Where does he go? What's he go for an Indian?
But not spicy. But just like even something like a korma, he wouldn't even entertain.
Oh really?
No,
Oh crikey!
no. So
you've turned him.
well, now it's one of our favourite things to do. Go out for a curry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
my favourite.
Love it. I was a bit embarrassed last night, actually. I had a Chinese takeaway, and this just shows I always eat the same thing. So when I went in and ordered, suddenly the chef came running out and he went, Mr. Szechuan chicken and boiled rice.
That's my go-to, Szechuan chicken.
I am now Mr. Szechuan chicken and boiled rice. They're like, oh, yeah, I suppose I do always order that.
What's your Indian go-to? What's that? What curry do you have?
Oh, I love biryani.
Yeah.
A good biryani, or maybe garlic chili chicken.
Oh, that's my
Is
favourite.
it? Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah,
me
it's
too.
my favourite.
Yeah, you see, we're kindred spirits.
Oh, it's the best curry. Oh,
Love it.
I haven't eaten a thing yet, so I'm getting hungry now.
Oh, sorry, I should stop. I'll stop now.
I know, we're
Would you
trying
like
to
a
be
shortbread
good.
biscuit?
No, I better not. No.
There's only 3 kits left for the Highland coup. Mo's messaged in, she says, Delphine, I used to have the same problem when my kids were small. If the kids were not at Mo's, then everyone would panic.
Aw.
She also says she was only being polite earlier on when she mentioned the crew. She really just wanted to say hello, gorgeous, to me.
So I'm on my 3rd layer now.
Oh, that's looking amazing.
Comes together really quick.
That's really pretty. So effective.
Oh yeah, I'm just picking bits at random. And as you can see, it looks like I had I mean, there's not that many squares in this. If you think that that whole thing there was one pack, and
Yeah,
I've nearly...
incredible.
Yeah, there's loads.
Oh, bless you. Sue says, I like to think that Sewing Street is a safe place. It absolutely is.
Oh, yeah.
We're also keepers of secrets. Yeah, what happens at Sewing Street stays at Sewing
It
Street,
does,
right?
definitely.
Yeah. It's the same as Quilt Club. I don't, unfortunately, I'm never in the same place twice, so I don't get to go to Quilt Club anymore. You know, I'm not a member of a quilt guild group, but I used to love that. And I loved the sit and sew sessions the best.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
when you're sitting around doing a bit of hand sewing, you're just chatting.
You do, and you learn so much about other people, and that, you know, like when it's the same in workshops, isn't it? And people open up, and people come in, and they're really quiet, and you know, and quite timid, and then you start talking of a certain subject, then somebody will, you know, suddenly say, oh well, I did this and I did that, or and just talk about their lives, or it's like a therapy session. And
absolutely.
And I do, you know, I've taught workshops where, you know, I know it sounds cheesy, but it's really true that, you know, people come in as strangers, but they leave as friends.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And, you know, and you learn so much from other people. But
You do.
But I just, it's just getting the time there, isn't it? But I'd love to one day be part of a quilt group. And
Retired, Delphine.
But retired, yeah.
I think that's the trick.
Yeah, yeah.
One day.
I've got to earn money.
Yeah.
I've got teenagers to feed.
Yeah, not for
and
very
not just
long.
mine.
No, quite.
Yeah.
But no, it is. It's that community, isn't it? It's that sense of belonging with each other as well. It's lovely. It is lovely.
So I'm now starting to make sure I go off the edge. So you see how I'm creating that so it's sticking out. So you don't want them all just straight down. Mm-hmm. But that's why I've given you that guide of the foundation on the template. So it's important that you do follow that.
I think as well, when you look at the cushion now, you can see where that hairpiece, as you called it, fits. You can see where it goes. It's really cool. Really cool.
Should be nearly finished this one. And
You don't have to be a sewer to do this, do you?
No, not at all. It's great, and it's such great fun. Like I said, the templates are all there for you, so you can't go wrong. You literally can't go wrong, and you know, and it's something that nobody else will have. You know, it's something that's not. I've not seen this technique to create these pieces anywhere before. So.
No, me neither. It's such a clever use of the felt pack as well. Oh, Sharon says, morning. I've attended a Delphine workshop and it was brilliant.
Oh, bless her. Thank you.
Angela's asked a question, just tuned in, so I'm not sure if I've missed it. Is the felt washable?
Oh, I've never washed it.
I'm gonna
I
say
don't
no.
know. No, I would say no.
No, felt's not really washable.
No.
No, so you would surface clean only.
Yeah, this is the type of cushion that you'd have like on your bed or a special chair or
For show.
for show. Yeah.
For show, yeah.
I mean, it's all well attached, and it's good fun. It's the type of, it's like Louis, when Louis was picking up my 10-year-old, he will just like rub his hands on it because he finds they love the textures and it's fun.
Absolutely. It is such a part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is both 10-year-olds and teenager approved, these patterns.
Oh, well,
So-
in that case,
So if you've got a teenager or a young, wants
yeah.
to make something funky for their rooms,
yeah.
I think it's really cool.
It is really
for
cool.
kids
It's
and not
gorgeous.
just adults.
Yeah, it actually really helps to redefine, what is an applique cushion or what is, what I mean? For people who think they know what patchwork and quilting is, they've got to have a little look at some of your projects, haven't they?
Just having a,
And reassess.
it's just a matter of having fun and and looking at fabrics in a different way. I just looked at that bag of felt and thought, oh, what could I come up with here?
Yeah, for sure.
And and I just started doing this, and it worked. Luckily,
Yeah.
like I said, it doesn't always. I often, it's like with everything, when you're a creative person, especially when you do it for a job, you come up going, oh, that's a really good idea, and it could be a complete disaster. But I'm in my sewing room and nobody can see those ones, so you see the.
Do you ever go back to the disasters, though, when you've had to think
Yeah,
about it?
I'm very not competitive with myself, but I'm quite hard on myself that if I can't do something, I'll keep going at it until I get it right. I don't give up. That's my personality. I'm very determined.
Yeah.
It's
And just because something didn't work on that particular day, it doesn't mean you can't go back to it on another.
exactly. And I just think of things differently, going, well, actually, if I'd have done it like that, that would have worked better.
Yeah.
So I am very critical of myself as well, all the time. So anything I make, I'm sure most of us are like that anyway.
Sure.
But think.
But that old advice to sleep on something, to sleep on it,
Yeah.
is such good advice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Give
And
yourself
to-
a day or two.
And to step away from stuff as well. So I can find myself if something's not working, or if I'm making a certain quilt or something, the instructions aren't going into my head, just walk away, go for a walk, go and have a brew, and then I come back at it with fresh eyes, and then it suddenly fits. Sometimes, depending on what's going on in your life or what mood you're in, the slightest thing could put you out, and then and just affect your mindset. But then just taking your time and to come back at it.
Yeah, you've got to know when to walk away from something, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Breath of fresh air, little walk, time in the garden,
Yeah,
or just do something else.
yeah.
Lynn says, I'm loving the method of making the Highland cow. It's fab, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Beck says, I'm going to put my cow into a frame for my bestie so her dogs don't eat it.
Oh, that's nice.
It's a very nice idea, though, to frame it.
Yeah. But it's like a little piece of art, isn't it?
Totally. Totally.
So I'm coming to the end now. I'm just going to do these last few pieces.
We've put the details for the fox. The cow has sold out. Can I ask a question, Delphine?
Yeah.
Could I do a rainbow fox?
That would be really cool.
multicoloured.
Yeah, you could, absolutely. And like I said, within the packets, I got enough for the browns and the oranges out of it to do it. So if you've got the kit for one and got the pattern for the other, you'll be able to.
Yeah. I was just thinking as well that you could do a, kind of regular coloured fox.
Yeah.
But you could also do a rainbow colour.
Yeah.
Because if you pull all of these colours out, what you're left with are the rainbows.
Yes, yeah, you have loads, yeah. And you
A
can
lot of value.
and you can play around with the templates and make it into a different animal if you wanted to.
Yeah, totally. Don't worry if you missed out on the cow kit, because actually, if you buy the fox kit and the cow pattern, the cow would look amazing on this yellow background.
Yeah, it
This
would.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah. It was hard to it was hard to choose which background for which one, but I did put both on each other, and they look great on either of them.
Yeah. But a lovely message, actually. Yes, this is a great word to describe what you said. It's big, tenacious. Delphine is tenacious. You know when you said you're hard on yourself?
Yeah.
You keep going and compare. But tenacious is a very good way of putting it,
Yeah, that is actually.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Fran.
Yeah, that is very nice. Thank you.
Tenacity
Yeah.
is an underestimated trait, isn't it?
Yeah, I often hear that when it's on, what's that programme? With the Lord Sugar.
Oh,
That one, that's
The
when-
Apprentice.
Yeah.
Oh, I can think of lots of ways to describe the people who go on that. I don't know if tenacious is the right word.
Right, last few.
But no, it's that sort of keeping at something and keeping on going at it until you crack it. It's quite, in a world full of choice now, more choice than ever, it's so easy to just go, oh, I'll just leave that then. Oh, I won't bother. But tenacity it still works.
Last piece now. There we go. So that's how it works for the Highland cow. So that's my hair piece all done.
Brilliant.
So you want all these side bits to be nice and fluffy, but for the top bit, I'll just turn that over and just trim away just the top of the head piece.
So you're just sort of trimming it back to the template.
Yeah, but only that top bit.
Yeah.
And then I'll trim away, obviously I would trim off all those little pieces, but I want to show you a bit of the fox. But that is your hair piece. And so that is, so if I put that one goes on there.
Yes.
Like that.
Yes, brilliant.
So there we go, that's that.
See, I'd never clock that in the street. I'd never look at that and think that's a toupee. I'd just walk past. Good.
So
Good work.
when you come to sew it down, obviously we've sewn through the bond web. You can rip that bond web off.
Yeah.
Just be careful of any stitches. But when you do press it onto the wool, you need to make sure it's a really hot iron and use an off-cut piece of fabric or an applique mat. Obviously, there's a lot of layers of fabric, so just one pin through that will hold it.
Got you.
And to sew that down, you'd sew with a blanket stitch around the top edge. But the reason why we don't sew all the way to the end is because when you sew your applique down, you fold back the hair pieces and you stitch the template down, not the felt. So you just stitch around the template.
Got you.
And then you just lift up as you go round and then just
Got
comb
you.
it into place.
Got you.
So that's, and
Clever.
And for the horns, let me just show you how I do the horns, because I've not used the same method. This is also used in the fox as well. So all you do is you get your pieces and you'll just layer, so glue side up of the bond web, and I'm just going to layer on like a patchwork.
Ah, okay. This is for the horns.
Yeah.
Cool. Ah, Steph says, tenacità in Italian means toughness. Like that.
I like that, yeah.
Toughness, resilience. It's good. It's a good word. Tenacità. Simon says, did someone mention pickled onion monster munch? It's a bit, well, I did.
Yeah,
to
it
be
did,
fair.
it did.
Yeah, I haven't had them for years.
Oh, I like the flaming hot ones.
Of course you do.
You need to.
Old spicy Delphine.
Yeah.
I'm the same. I know.
And then, obviously, I would have done it better than that at home. But then you just do your patchwork horn. And then you cut that out. And then when you come to, obviously, I've just rushed that bit. And then when you come to sew it down, you just zigzag stitch. But I quite like the patchwork. I, think
I like
it
that
looks
too.
funky.
Karen's asked a good question. She says, morning, Stuart and Delphine. Morning, my lovely. question for Delphine. Do you think the kits would be safe as sensory quilts? And do you still have the Sewing Street sign I sent?
Oh, hello, bless her. I do. It's in my sewing room. It's actually on.
Awesome.
Yeah, yeah. It's front and centre of my French dresser. Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. But yeah, sensory, definitely, because there's loads of textures within that, isn't there?
Yeah. I mean, always, I suppose, we would all say, you know the person that you're going to give this to,
Yeah.
and the age and the appropriateness, but
Yeah.
you're sewing them down well, and it's, yeah.
So what I'm doing here for the fox is that now I am being a bit choosier, pickier with the colours.
Yeah.
So I'm just going for some browns. I quite like some of these greys as well, but let me go for these like orangey browns here. And then I'll show you how we create that hair piece.
Now, you're picking all the right colours there for me, actually, Delphine.
Am I?
So, make me a little hairpiece.
So I'll make you a little foxy hair piece.
Could you?
So I'm going with some of those oranges. I've got some oranges here as well. But basically work from dark to light.
Mm-hmm.
And let me have another one of those.
Watch your fingers.
Oh my, I've done loads of these now. I know, I bet some people are watching cringing.
Look away. I'm having to look away, Delphine.
So, and then with your white as well. I'm just going through a few layers at a time here. Okay, so that's the base of my colour palette for my fox. So what I'm going to do, so that again, I've got my face piece. I'm going to start off on the outside and work my way in, and also around the nose section. So again, don't go all the way to the end, just because you want to be able to fold back those
What are you leaving,
triangles.
about 3/8 of an inch or something?
Yeah,
Margin.
yeah.
Makes sense.
So when you're doing the fox, not so much the Highland cow, but the fox, you want to be a bit more symmetrical with the placement of your piece.
Oh, okay.
So follow where I've put out.
Do you literally work on both sides at the same time?
Yeah, so
Oh, okay.
I'm going to switch in a moment to the other side. But you just follow where I've done the pattern, where the fur pieces stick out on the template, because that indicates where you want to get that fluffiness of the face.
Makes sense.
So
Makes sense.
that's the side of colour one done for that piece. So I'm now going to switch it round and do the same thing on here. Oh,
Looks like an American eagle at the moment with outstretched wings.
that's what I mean. You could do loads of different projects.
Birds would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Birds would be amazing because they're feathery,
Feathery, yeah.
but also it looks furry.
There we go. So
Old English sheepdog.
owl.
Owl, yeah. Owl.
Do a lion.
You could do a lion. Persian cat.
You could do a multicoloured lion. That would be really
That'd
cool.
be really nice. A bear. Could you do a bear?
Yeah, furry, isn't it?
Certainly is.
There we are. And then I'm going to start with some at the bottom. And then start working with some different browns.
Could you do fish?
Fish. Do you know what? You could, if you did like little curved pieces. You know, like a half moon shape.
I'm just thinking about I was literally about to say a rainbow trout, and Ben said a rainbow trout in my, because I just thought the colours
Yeah.
would be magnificent.
Yeah, you could do all sorts, couldn't you?
Yeah.
So that's my first layer. So this one I should be able to do a little bit quicker. I might have to just work on it in the background. So I'm just going to trim these bits away because they just look tatty. and they annoy me. I don't like loose threads. And it's hard to pick them off. It's hard to pick them off when you've got false nails. Anyway, I'm going to start the next layer. So I'm now starting.
Fly like an eagle. That looks like an eagle to me at the moment. But it's very inspiring. It's such an inspiring technique. Lucky you if you've got some felt. Lucky you if you've got a kit. Lucky you if you've got a pattern. Clever you, because I think it's just a brilliant, brilliant technique. And mostly, Delphine, clever you for coming up with the idea. Because, like I say, I would never have looked at that bag of felt and thought of this. You're brilliant. Grab yourself a kit while you can. Only the Fox is available. Super cute. Super cute. So on the Fox, which bit is this that you're making?
The head.
Oh! Yes. This is the down... Oh, hang
Yeah,
on.
the whole
Down to the
piece.
nose.
Yeah. Yeah, that bit there, yeah.
Brill. If you haven't already, get yourself a pattern. Add it to your collection. Delphine, the time's running away with us.
I know, it's a shame. But yeah, it will create that. I don't know if you've had to pick it up in the instruction on the picture of the finished piece of what I'm actually doing.
Yeah, I'll show you. Look, it's here. It's here. So it starts off with the tips of the whiskers, both sides, and his little nose.
Yeah, and then there is a nose that goes over the top.
And then you're adding layers. Adding layers.
But that's what this piece would be.
Great.
The more I did it.
Yes, absolutely. Totally makes sense.
So you just keep adding those colours like one way, and then when you start coming in, you'll start to curve your pieces round like that. And then
So you really are adding sort of 3 dimensions and shaping as well, aren't you?
yeah, so this one you just pay a bit more attention to your placement of your colours, and then that's when you start bringing in the white and overlay.
Got you.
And then you-
Fran's made a good suggestion. She says, how about a dancer at a carnival with this technique, like the dress and the...
Yeah.
Be amazing. Or a bird of paradise.
Yeah, that would be
Be
amazing.
nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Hummingbird,
hummingbird, peacock,
kingfisher,
kingfisher, yeah.
Redditch,
And
kingfisher.
anything like that, yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
So,
We
yeah.
love giving you extra jobs to do.
I know, like I haven't got enough, but it's fine. No,
What's for
thank
tea
you.
tonight?
For tea tonight, we're having fish. I know it's a Sunday, but because we had a heavy dinner last night, so I'm doing fish with new potatoes and tender stone broccoli.
Oh, yummy. Sounds good. Now, I'll tell you what else sounds good. Another hour with Delphine. 11 o'clock. We have got the prettiest quilt. It's called Blooming Tulips.
Pretty.
It's gorgeous, Delphine. It's so beautiful. Absolutely delectable. Fun to make.
Yes. Yeah.
Very much.
Nice.
Gorgeous.
What we were saying earlier, it's the opposite of this, where you can just chuck it all on.
Yeah.
Whereas the quilting, it brings me back to being accurate, and I like that precision.
Lovely.
that
It is
quilting
gorgeous.
brings.
That's at 11 o'clock. Right, after the break, I've got an hour of tools. I'm going to give you some demos as well. You won't want to miss it. See you after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page. where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Charm pack or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Hey there. Right, this hour I've got some fabulous tools, some rulers. I've also got H640 in a pre-cut piece. Why don't I grab that and let's start there, because it's such a useful thing to have and a brilliant price. We love H640. It is made by Vliseline. It's a brand that we know, we trust. It's fantastic, very, very reliable. H640 is a medium thickness polyester fusible batting. So you've got fusible on one side and it's those little tiny white dots. You can feel it, it's slightly rougher, heat activated. So put your fabric on that side, iron through the fabric. 2-spot, 3-spot iron's fine. Instructions are printed on the edge. And you're going to keep that heat there, 2 spots, for 15 seconds. It also recommends using a damp cloth on top of your fabric just to add a little bit of extra oomph, but 15 seconds. And we use this a lot in things like bag making. It's also really useful for quilted clothing, accessories, and I actually really recommend it for wall hangings because the polyester holds its shape better. It's less drapey than cotton or bamboo or even a blend. So it really, really helps to keep your wall hanging kind of straight and square. Now it's 90 centimetres wide and you're getting a metre in the piece. So if I hold it up so you can see the size of the piece that you're getting. So you could get a pretty decent sized wall hanging out of that. If you're using this for bag making, well, you could get quite a few bags out of it. And it's going to create a nice structure to a bag, but it'll still be soft. It'll hold its shape, but it won't be stiff. Very economical way of buying it, because this is $9.99 for a metre cut. Now, half a metre of H640, Ben, I think is $5.99. I think it's, yeah, it might be $6.99. We'll just check. But this is a very, very good deal at $9.99 for a metre. If you multi-buy, it does come pre-cut in 1 metre pieces. But if you want to use $5.99, yeah, $5.99 a half metre, $9.99 for a metre cut. But really, really good value. Becky Alexander Frost, the Queen of Bag Making, has messaged in to say, hey, H640 is the best. My best tip for it is when you fuse, make sure your cloth is damp or use steam. Exactly that, exactly that. $9.99 for a metre. Very, very good. Very good. If it's in your basket, do check out. I don't want you to miss out on that. Loads in baskets. It's the kind of thing that is really, really useful in your stash because you'll always have fabric, you know, always, even if you do a scrappy version. But having the insides of a bag is something you don't want to be without because you can't make the bag without it. So that's where we've started. Now, something else which is back in stock at long last, totally essential, friction pens. This is a pack of 4, and these are the ones with the clicky tops. Let me show you. Let's open it up. I just love them. Absolutely love them. And the clicky tops are my favourite because you can't lose the top. And if you lose the top of your friction pen, it's going to dry up very, very quickly. On this one, just to show you, it took me ages to work this out. It's this bit that clicks, not this. I was there for, what am I doing wrong? Do you twist? Is it this? Finally worked out it was this bit. Anyway, you get black, blue, red and green. So pretty much a colour to mark anything. If you've not used friction pens before, they're ace. They glide onto fabric really easily, and then you iron the marks away. Now, if you're going to use it for quilting, to mark your quilting lines, do make sure that you test your fabrics before you commit, because all marking tools should be tested on the fabrics, because rarely, occasionally, you can be left with what they call ghost marks. It's very unusual, but it does happen, and it's always worth testing. £10.99 gets you a pack of 4. If you were to buy one of these on their own, I think they're about £3, £3.99 a piece. Very, very good value. Very good value. Plus, you've also got your case as well to keep them in. It's been a year since they've been in stock. Is that right? Really, a year? That's amazing. So they're finally back in stock. The clicky tops, I absolutely love them. Great for marking things like half square triangles and flippy corners and quilting lines. If you're a dressmaker, they're great because you can mark things like your darts, your notches, your pocket placement. How does the case stand up? Like that? No. Like on there? Oh, okay. Does it? Oh, well, I never knew that. I never knew that. How clever, Ollie. You've just justified being here. Well done. You can relax for the rest of the day. Brilliant. Brilliant. Fab, aren't they? Yeah, love them. Okay, that's friction pen. They are finally back in stock after a year of being out of stock. First time I've had, well, actually, I did have them the other day. I did. We snuck them on the other day. On Friday when I was guesting, I needed a friction pen. So, you see, friction pens, grab yours. Now, I want to mention the seam guide tape. Sorry, Ben, I'm just taking over here. Is that all right? Seam guide tape. See, I was just mentioning about marking half square triangles, but there is this genius stuff called seam guide tape from Hemline, and it is brilliant. Now, I'm just going to take this, maybe. I'm not, oh, I see. I got it. I was overcomplicating it. Right, so this is like washi tape, okay? And we talk about using washing tape to mark your seam allowance, don't we? Or to, you know. But this is much cleverer than washi tape alone. Let me show you first of all. So you get loads on the reel. You actually get 10 yards, or 10 metres in fact. Let me show you. So look, here we go. So it's repositionable, and you've got your centre line marked in pink, and then you've got 2 lines either side which are marked 1/4 of an inch away from that centre line. So these effectively are the lines that we would mark on fabric in order to do half square triangles, 1/4 square triangles, and also flippy corners. So we don't stick it to our fabric, we actually put it onto the bed of our sewing machine. Let me show you. I'm going to move this around. So let's just tear a piece off. And when you apply this to your sewing machine, what you want to do is you want to make sure that you position it off the bed of the sewing machine. Okay. So it's right down the front as well, like this. Okay. And I'll turn this around as well so you can see. I've taken it right off the front. Now to there is fine, but that was how long a piece I tore off, so, okay. So now, when we're sewing, for example, if I take this, so it might be a really big half square triangle, or let me just fold this down a little bit so it's not quite so big. So if I was doing a half square triangle, okay, and I've got my 2 squares layered together, okay, if I line up the point on the centre line, as I'm sewing, if I keep that point, I move this over a little bit so that you can see. So as I'm sewing, if I keep the point of my square on this pink line, then I can be sewing on the line itself if I use a centre needle position, flippy corners. If I move my needle position to the right, it's on the white line. I'm now sewing 1/4 of an inch to the right. If I move my needle to the left, then it's 1/4 of an inch to the left. And so in this way, I can do my flippy corners and I can do my 1/4 and half square triangles. Now, you can also reposition your tape. So if you need to sew a bigger seam allowance, you can use it as your guide. It's really clever stuff. And of course, that piece of tape as well is reusable. So even though you've got 10 meters, one piece is going to last you ages. You're only going to take it off, perhaps, to change the bobbin, and then you can put it back on again. If you want to be really accurate when you're placing it, use your ruler, use your rotary ruler, and lay that down on your machine so that you can get it really perfectly aligned on the bed of your machine. But it is super stuff, and if you haven't got a laser light or a laser pointer on your sewing machine, it's the next best thing. You might have been watching on Friday when I did the cat quilt, which was all stitch and flip corners. And this is an absolute boon for doing something like that. It makes the process so easy because you don't have to mark any of the fabrics, none at all. Keep going through for that. It is great stuff. Give it a try. It's £4.99. It's really, really worth trying. It's really worth trying. Love that. Right. Okay. Next up. Yeah. Right, friction pens, back to friction pens. These have the same case, okay? These are ones with a top on them. And these are the kind of colourful ones. I've only got 13 packs left. £10.99. You've got your pink, your kind of mango, your mid-blue, and your purple. And the point of having lots of different colours is that they'll show up on virtually any fabric. These ones have the lid, don't lose it. These also have a little rubber on the end. So when you come to remove your markings, you can either use friction, hence the name, or you can use the heat of an iron or a hairdryer. So if, for example, you're making a bag and you've got marks inside the bag that you want to get rid of, it's much easier just to direct a hairdryer into the bag and kind of blow the marks away. Right, let's do thread. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Now, I've never seen this on air before. This is the only monofilament or invisible thread that I use or recommend. I don't use or recommend any other brand of invisible thread. This is the one that has worked for me for 20 plus years. I think it's brilliant stuff. So invisible thread or monofilament is an extra fine. It's very soft and flexible. This is the difference between YLI and some other brands, which can feel like fishing line. It's very fine, it's very soft and flexible. You can use this, you do use this for virtually invisible machine quilting. So if you want to be able to quilt like multicolored quilts with one thread and you don't really want your stitching to show, you just want texture, you want the quilting, but it's very good if you're a little bit nervous about your quilting as well, because it doesn't show up very much. And it doesn't matter if you wobble and go on to other fabrics, you know, you don't see this coloured line. It's very good for that. Also for invisible machine applique. So for invisible machine applique, you turn the edge of the applique, starch and press or with interfacing. If you want a full explanation of either of those techniques, either get Make 100 Quilts or Sewing Simple Shape Stunning Quilts. Either of those two books, it's got full instructions. And then you use monofilament in the top, and you use a regular but fine bobbin thread in a neutral colour, a cream, a grey, something like that in the bobbin. And then you can use a straight stitch, or you can use a blanket stitch or a zigzag stitch, and your applique stitching will be virtually invisible. Some people use a blind hem stitch as well for doing it, and it's great for that. But primarily it's used for applique or quilting, and it is virtually invisible. Now, there are two colours available. We have only got the clear on the show. There's a clear, which is always recommended for light colours, and then there is one which is a colour called smoke, which is like almost like a kind of charcoaly grey, okay, which is recommended for dark colours. However, I don't use the smoke, and I'll tell you why. Because the reason why there's two colours is about blendability. So with your darker colours, the idea is that the smoke blends better with the dark colours. I think that's fine, but most of us, if we're going to do applique, for example, might be using darkish fabrics to applique onto a light background. When you're appliquing, your stitches go on the dark and the light fabric. If you use the smoke, that is really going to show up on your light fabrics, very much so. Whereas your clear really doesn't show up on either. So I think the clear is a much, much better option. So that's the one I'm going to recommend to you. And you get 2,000 yards, which will frankly probably last you years and years. I've probably got 2 or 3 of these reels on the go because I can never remember where I've left it, but I have literally had them for about 15 years. So yeah, they really last. And this one actually comes with a thread net. Now the thread net is there because nylon thread can be a little springy on the reel. So if you find that it's a little bit springy, you can put the thread net over the top of the reel on the machine, and then it will just come off, and it won't kind of like spin around or come off loosely. So I love that you've got that included, but I've never found the need to use one. But it's great that you get one included. Normally you have to buy them. That's nearly going to sell out, so grab it. Now, I mentioned earlier on double-sided wash-away quilter's tape. We've never got this one we want it, but today we do. It's a bit like Nanny McPhee. When you want it but do not need it, I'll be gone. And when you need me but do not want me, I must stay. Or something like that. This is 1/4 inch wide. No, actually, it's 5/16, so it's a little wider. We love this for doing things like putting in zips, bag making. If you're doing anything with faux leather, amazing stuff, really good stuff. It's double-sided, fusible, and it washes away. Yeah, when I made the PU version of my Bloomsbury bag, oh my goodness, it was absolutely essential for holding down the seam allowances and also for making things like the shoulder straps. You see, normally, if you're going to make a shoulder strap, you're going to have a piece of fabric, aren't you, a long strip of fabric, and you'll fold it in half, you'll sew, and then you'll turn the tube through. Well, with PU, that is so difficult to do. So instead, what you would do is you would fold the edges in like this to create your folded tube, and then you would top stitch. But in order to hold all this together, you would run a line of tape that you can then stick the edges together, and then you can just sew. It makes the job so easy. It makes the job so easy. You don't have to turn it through. If you're using something like thicker or heavier canvases as well, it's brilliant. Now, you are getting 10 meters on the reel, which is going to put a lot of zips in neatly. No pinning, no basting required. You can also use this for putting in your binding. Now, I always do a 2.5 inch strip for binding, double fold binding, which, when you fold that, you sew that on the back, or sorry, sew that on the front, and then fold it over to the back, and it covers the edge. I always find that there's about this much more on the back. So our 5/16 of an inch is absolutely perfect. So what you would do is you would sew your double fold binding to the front of your quilt as normal, and then on the back of your quilt, run a line of this tape down the edge of your quilt, peel away the top so it's sticky, and then fold your binding onto the tape and stick it down. It's now going to hold it down all the way around. Then I would go from the front side of the quilt, and I would stitch in the ditch from the front. And because that fabric is held on the back, you've got to imagine there's an invisible quilt here, all right? But I'm trying to show you that on the back of your quilt, you'll actually have this much extra. So when you sew in the ditch, it's going to catch that back edge of the binding perfectly and create a brilliant machine sewn binding. But really, to be successful, you can't afford for that fabric at the back to move at all, which is where your wash away tape comes into its own, because it's going to hold it like a gazillion pins. So give it a try, give it a try. I think once you've machine sewn a binding, you'll never want to hand sew it again, especially when it turns out beautifully. Can I just mention a couple of really important fusibles that everybody needs, I think, okay? And that is 505 spray and glue stick. Two different products, really two different jobs. Let's talk spray first. This is the 505 quilt basting spray, and it's the 500ml can. Now, just to let you know, I've only got low 20s of these, so if you want to get this to stash it, I wouldn't hang about. For $13.99, this is going to save you hours and hours and hours when you're layering your quilts together. If you currently pin them with safety pins or hand baste them, it's taking you 4, 5, 6 hours to layer your quilts together, isn't it? And also, if you're doing it down on the floor, that's all that time on your knit, not good at all. Or leaning over a table, terrible, don't like it. I can baste a quilt together in about 20 minutes, half an hour, instead of 4 or 5 hours. The other thing is, if you pin a quilt top together, take you 4 or 5 hours, and then the minute you sit down to quilt it, you've got to start taking them out again. So if it took 5 hours to put them in, it's going to take another 5 hours to take them out. That is 10 hours of putting in pins and taking them out. Not quilting anything. 10 hours is your sewing time. That's your weekend spent putting in pins. Or you could do it in a matter of minutes using 505. Spray the wadding, lay the quilt top onto it. Spray the wadding, lay the backing onto it. Layer them up first. You want to put your wadding down, put your quilt top on top of it, and then peel half the quilt top back, spray the wadding, and then put the quilt top back. Okay, then flip it back and do the other side. And if you're used to doing this on the floor, do it on a table instead. It's much better. Well-ventilated room or outside if you can. But just keep the windows open while you're doing it, just so that you're not breathing in the spray. Spray it 12 to 15 inches from the surface of the quilt, which is basically elbow at shoulder height. If you keep that as a rule of thumb, you will get a lovely even coating. Okay, what I typically see in workshops when people are using this is the can about here. That's when you're going, you see the spray goes outwards. And if you're here, then you're going to get that lovely fine even mist, which is what you want. If you do it here, it's going to be a little tiny patch that gets all the spray, and then it can end up rather wet. And that is the kind of thing that could, if you go straight to your machine, gum up your needle. This won't gum up your needle if you use it correctly. Use it like hairspray. Don't use it as hairspray, but you would do this to spray hairspray. You wouldn't do this. So apply the same principle to your quilt and it'll be super successful. Also, look forward to quilting your quilt where you've got full vision and you are not quilting thinking, oh, there's a pin, stop, take it out. You can just concentrate on your quilting. It will be so much more relaxed. Bag making, non-fusible in our form, interfacing, that is, you are struggling to iron onto something, or you're using maybe H640 with a PU to give a quilted faux leather bag. You don't want to be applying heat to that. Spritz it with your 505. You know, we did, that's a good point, Ollie. Ollie's just said to me, now could you use this? I don't want to, we should ask Delphine, but personally, yeah, I see no reason why you wouldn't. Maybe you could spray a little bit. The only thing is, it does dry, so if you sprayed the whole thing, you couldn't get all your bits down quickly enough. I would say not, but anyway, it's brilliant, brilliant stuff. I've only got teens of this left. Be quick, won't you? I never ever want to run out of 505, even though I long arm my quilts, and most of them, they're going on and you don't have to baste or spray them. I am never without 505 because I use it for things like cushions and bags and smaller projects. I wouldn't be without. It's a sad day in my studio if I ever run out. Right, next up, it's the 505 temporary glue stick for fabric. Now, this is the sort of size and shape of a Pritt stick. Yeah? And you're going to use it in the same way, except that this is fabric safe, washes out, leaves no residue. Absolutely brilliant for things like applique. Fantastic for putting in zips. You can also do your machine sewn binding with this as well. Run a line of glue down the back of the quilt, stick the binding. I like to just very quickly go over with an iron as well to make sure it's really well adhered and dry, and then literally run it through the sewing machine, whiz around, 20 minutes, your binding is done. Now compare that with the last time you sewed a binding on your quilt, where you spent 4, 5, 6, 7 hours hand sewing your binding. Now I do love hand sewing a binding on, but most of the time I haven't got 6 or 7 hours spare to do it. And maybe you don't either. So give this a try. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. And when you think about the size of this, you're getting such a lot of glue stick for your money. Such a lot of glue stick for your money. It's brill. Okay, that's the 505 glue stick. Again, if it's in your basket, do check out. Remember, you only pay 1 P&P all day. You do not have to keep paying more P&P. You pay it once. Just combine your shopping. Right, next up, let's do a ruler. Let's do the hexagon. Love the hexagon trim tool. Now, yesterday we had a quilt that was hexagons. You could absolutely use this. You could absolutely use this. This is the hexagon trim tool. Okay, there we go. Right. So you can use this to cut whole hexagons, half hexagons, and you can also do hexagon log cabins. I just want to show you how you would cut half hexagons. So I'm going to get a couple of layer cake squares, because yesterday's quilt, you could have done that in half hexagons. And I'm just going to get a few fabrics. So much easier to sew half hexagons together than full hexagons, because it's all straight seams. So I've layered up some fabric, and can you see that we've got the half hexagon and then there's a 1/4 inch seam allowance beyond it? Can you see that? So what I'm going to do is just grab a little ruler, and I'm going to straighten off the top of I'm just using folded layer cakes here, layer cake squares. This is Kaffe. So I'm going to trim across the top, like so. Just trimming off those, trim off those whiskers as well. Oh, I've given myself a job here. It's because I'm not looking carefully enough. All right, that's fine. So I've got a straight edge along the top. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to put, now, I'm not going from point to point. I'm including that extra line. That's my 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? So now I'm going to trim off here. I'm going to turn my ruler, and I'm going to trim here. I'm hoping I've layered these hexagons, these layer cake squares well. And I'm going to cut down here. Okay, like that. And then I'm also going to nip off my dog ears, because I've got little dog ears as well that I can nip off. There we go. Okay. So what I've now got are half hexagons with a seam allowance included. Now, let me get rid of all of this and show you how we sew a hexagon quilt together with no Y seams. And if you bought the quilt kit yesterday, then this is game-changing. It really will. So what you'll do is you'll lay out your whole quilt, and you'll reassemble your half hexagons into full hexagons, okay? Now, obviously, I've only cut 3 full hexagons, okay? But it's enough to illustrate what you do. Can you see? So what you would do is you would lay out your whole quilt in your hexagons, then you separate them out into rows, okay? Because normally if you're sewing hexagons together, you've got to do those Y seams and it all gets a bit complicated. Here, all I've got to do is sew that to that. Now this has got dog ears trimmed off, so there's no overhang, It's just a straight seam. So let's sew that. It's a brilliant, brilliant ruler. So I'm going to do 1/4 inch seam allowance. Got some great deals on the FS250, by the way, coming up at 12, and some other Brother sewing machines, right? So straight seam, straight seam. I'm going to do the same here. Again, straight seam, straight seam. And you do this for your whole row. Okay. Straight seam, straight seam. Oh, wait a minute. What's he done? What's he done? What's he done? Hang on. Have I turned it around? Wait a minute. What have I done? I want to put my brain in reverse. Did I sew that on the wrong side? Maybe I did. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because if I show you there, look, just rearrange them. There we go. There we go, right? Okay? So you would keep sewing one up, one down, one up, one down, like this in your long row. And then literally all you've got to do is sew your rows together. And when you sew straight seam, so it's straight seam, straight seam, straight seam, straight rows, hexagons, no Y seams. However, there's so much more you can do. Look away, because I'm just going to rip these apart. Look away, I said. Look at something else. There we go. Thank you. Right. Okay, I just wanted to show you something else that you can do with half hexagons, which is they are brilliant for making braid quilts, okay? Like a plait. Okay, like a plait. So, let me just show you. Can you see the plait? It's difficult, but if I just separate out very slightly, you should be able to see the plait. Yeah? It's easier to see if you've got lots of contrast. Straight edges, no trimming. You can do this with rectangles, you see, but then you have to start trimming them. But with half hexagons, they go together to create a braid. And all you would do to sew this together, I'll sew this together really quickly so you can see. I think I'm actually using slightly more than 1/4 inch seam, but it's okay. Right. So I've sewn one, okay, and that is just a kind of a bit to a bit. But now this fits, whole thing fits on there. So we'd sew that next. Half the stock's gone. Half the stock's gone. So you've got that now, yeah? Now you sew that to that. And you just keep flipping from left to right to left to right. And you don't have to then trim the edges straight because you're sewing half hexagons together. Yeah? Let's sew that really quickly. And I think actually once it's sewn together, you really do get a sense of the braid. Ever so easy to do though. Do you see? And then you sew this one, and then this one. And before you know it, you've got your braid quilt So cool. I mean, there's loads more you can do. If I just show you at the bottom, can you see you've got your hexagon log cabins that you can do with a 2-inch, a 4-inch or a 6-inch centre. That's what it's really designed to do, but it can also do that, and it can also do a hexagon quilt. I mean, it's pretty neat, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. I've only got about 20 of these rulers left, and so many more in baskets. I'll just show you a hexagon log cabin. This is super cool. Look at this. So rather than having different sides, it's almost framed hexagon. That is gorgeous. Beautiful. This is going to sell out, guys. This is going to sell out. You need to be really, really quick. Oh, I love this one. This is gorgeous. What a scrap buster. Fussy cut the centre. You can cut all different sizes of hexagon with this ruler as well. You just cut a strip and then you trim like I did the half hexagon. It's very, very clever. You can do different sizes of half hexagon as well. Super, super clever ruler. I've got teens left. If you want this, be quick. It's one of the most versatile rulers around. For a sort of a template style ruler, it's actually vastly versatile, much more versatile than you first think. Brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff. It's going to sell out. I need you to check out your baskets really quickly. There's 36 of you with it in your baskets. I've got low teens left. About maybe 2/3 of you are going to miss out. If you're quick, you can do it, okay? I've got 12 left now. Kate from Merseyside says, I love it when Stuart does ruler demos. I always make a note of the show so I can rewatch. I have both of the Cat's Cradle ruler. They're great too. Thanks, Kate. That's really kind of you. I love it because rulers, templates, they're so useful. But I also think, you know, with just a small amount of play-in, you'll probably find another way to use them. 5 left. 5 left. Brilliant, love. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. They're really cool. Right, now, I've got some more rulers. I want to mention the 90-degree flying geese and half square triangle ruler. I've only got 12 of these. So I'm going to do a really quick demo on this. A really quick demo. Right, I'm just going to pick 2 high contrast fabrics. Okay. Right. Whew, wowza. High contrast. This ruler makes half square triangles in about 11 different sizes, flying geese in similar amount, and quarter square triangles in a similar amount. If you've got my book Quilts from the Country, the Christmas by the Lake quilt I made with this ruler. You don't have to have it by any means because it's made of half square triangles, but it is so incredibly time-saving, accuracy-promoting wonderfulness that I actually mentioned this ruler by name in the supplies list for the book. And I've never done that before with any ruler. I've never felt the need to, but I felt compelled to with this ruler because it is super brilliant. And lots of you have bought it in the past, and I hope love it. Right, so I'm just squaring off the end. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut a strip. And the great thing with this ruler is that you don't need to worry about 7/8 of an inch, and you don't need to worry about 1/4 of an inch. You're only going to cut whole inches or half inches. So a 2.5 inch strip makes 2-inch finished half square triangles. A 5.5 inch strip makes 5-inch finished half square triangles. So I've cut a 4-inch wide strip. Okay, and if I want to cut half square triangles, I'm simply going to line up the ruler with the 4-inch strip mark, okay, and I'm going to cut. I've got my pair of half square, I don't have to mark anything, I'm just going to sew. Six left. And that's my perfect half square triangle, okay? If I want to make quarter square triangles, I use the other side of the ruler. Line it up on the 4-inch strip and cut. This is going to make my quarter square triangle. Obviously, I would cut one more pair, sew them together, and I've got my hourglass unit, you know, this here. But if I use what's left of my strip here, and if I cut one more half square triangle from this, brain won't compute. What am I trying to do here? Half square triangle, 4-inch strip. Why won't my brain work? Oh, yeah. Does your brain ever do this? If I'm cutting strips, I have no bother doing this at all. Oh, I can't do it. Anyway, listen, what you would do then, you've got... I know, you would put, look, you would put your half square triangle either side. That makes your flying geese. Does it make sense? Sorry, guys, I really bumbled through that. I've only got single figures, very low single figures for this. Loads in baskets. They are absolutely brilliant. So you can make half square triangles, quarter square triangles, flying geese. They are the basics of patchwork and quilting, and you can make them accurately, quickly. You don't need to trim them, and you only need to cut whole inches or half inches. You don't need to cut 7/8 or 1/4 inches, which means you can make 2-inch finished half square triangles from a jelly roll. And you can't do that by sewing 1/4 inch either side of a line, because you would need 2 7/8 inch strips. Anyway, that's that. The other ruler that I just wanted to mention, I'm not going to demo this, but I wanted to mention because they are brilliant, is the Log Cabin Trim Tool 2. This is the large. This makes 12-inch log cabin, 12-inch courthouse steps, 12-inch half log cabin, and 6-inch log cabin, and 6-inch courthouse steps log cabin. So 5 different blocks from one ruler: log cabin, courthouse steps, half log. Absolutely brilliant. Love log cabin quilts. It's a brilliant ruler. And what this does is you add around and then you trim. And you trim it according to the centre square. So you line these different squares with the centre square on your log cabin, and you trim the edges, which means that as you add the next row, you are constantly trimming it back to the correct size. So when you put your last round on and trim it, it is the perfect size, shape, it's square, everything you want it to be. That is totally fabulous. If only we could do that with every quilt block. All of our quilts would just go together without any fudging, finagling or worrying. It would be brilliant. You can apply that to your log cabin. So yeah, I heartily recommend the Log Cabin Trim Tool 2. This does make up to 12-inch blocks. It is fabulous. Yeah, terrific. So some great rulers, The hexagon has sold out. Well done if you got that. Now, you've made a ruler bundle. Yes. So we've got a little bundle here. we've got the creative grids. This is 2.5 inches by 6 inches. You've also got the 9-inch seam guide. So when we were talking about half square and quarter square triangles and marking lines, this is such a brilliant tool. You're going to make a saving by buying them together. 26.98 for both. So for example, if you were doing half square triangles the traditional way, you're going to start with a square. Let's just cut a quick square. And then you're going to mark the diagonal on the wrong side. Now, if you want to mark the diagonal, don't try and mark through the slots. That's not what the slots are for. The slots are to help you place it exactly on the diagonal. But if you want to mark the diagonal, you can with the edge. However, what's much more accurate when you're doing half square or quarter square triangles is to find the diagonal using the slots and then mark your sewing lines. So you can mark both sewing lines. So you can see now we've got both lines marked. Now, when you layer that up with your other square, you're sewing on the line, and then cut down the middle, and you'll have 2 half square triangles. Great tool. You've also got your 2.5 by 6 inch ruler. Brilliant if you've got scraps to use up. For cutting smaller pieces of fabric, a smaller ruler is so much quicker and easier to manipulate in your hands. And a £5 saving. What's not to love? Lots of other tools in the hour that we didn't have time to look at. Do check out your baskets. Excuse me. I will see you after the break with Delphine.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Hello, look at me. I've got my scissors. I'm unwrapping my box. Oh, hello. I love a new quilt kit. Look at this. Oh, it's lovely. It's called, check out my Dick Van Dyke, Blooming Tulips. It's blooming tulips. It is absolutely beautiful. What a lovely quilt. From Riley Blake. It really has got vintage charm, but an absolute delight to piece. This is gorgeous, Delphine. Welcome back.
It's beautiful, thank you.
It's really lovely. Hanging behind Delphine there. Now, this is 164 centimetres by 203 centimetres. So almost 2 metres in length. This is going to be a fabulous quilt to put on a double bed, a queen size bed, king if you've got it. 64.5 inches by 78 inches. Oh, it's a dream size. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, perfect. The fabrics inside, well, we're not staying at $269.99, by the way. Those of you who've checked out your baskets, don't worry. Now inside, it's not actually like a free pattern. It's a published pattern. So this is one that's been bought in to create because it's such a beautiful design. Now you get 2 options in the quilt. You can either do this 9-block version, which has special cornerstones. That's a really pretty version. But you've actually got enough fabric in your kit to do this full 20-block quilt, which is stunning. It's designed by Jerry Robinson, which if you're a lover of the American quilting magazines, Jerry's been a designer for McCall's for many, many years, one of their most popular quilt designers. You've got full instructions in there. Look at all the different fabrics that you've got included in your kit. 25 different fabrics. Let's dive in. So much fabric in there.
It's weighty.
It is a weighty chunk. I'm going to just snip very carefully. I'm borrowing Delphine's scissors at the moment. Trying to be a good boy. My natural... That's ruined it. Oh, thanks, Delphine. I'm done with them now, to be fair, thank you. Gosh, you do get lots of lovely fabric. You really do. All tied up with a ribbon, which we love. Now you've got this gorgeous white on white. This is your background. This gives it a lovely cottagey, vintage, country feel. Absolutely stunning. And it also really gives the prints room to breathe. Now I'm going to have to make a nice big space on my desk because I've such a lot of fabric to show you. Now they're already flying out, but I need to tell you the price that you're going to pay. It's not $269.99. We're going down under 200, $189.99. That's fabulous. That is fabulous. Now everyone that's already checked out their baskets, you'll be feeling a little bit smug now because you've made yourself a massive saving and you've got your quilt kit. Look at these beautiful fabrics that you have got included. These have got real cottage charm. These are lovely, aren't they, Delphine?
Really pretty.
Such a pretty range of fabric. Shabby chic, I think, is a good way of describing this look. Sort of a scrappy look without you needing to do the hard work of deciding how you use the fabrics. It's all done for you. You know how it's going to look. But of course, you have got some choice when you come to lay out your blocks. You can lay them out differently if you want to. Still going. Still going. Now remember, in your pattern, you've got the pattern to make 2 different quilts, a 9-block and a 20-block. Of course, if you wanted to, you could make 2 of the 9-block quilts, or, Delphine, you said there was leftover fabric.
Yes, there is, yeah.
Enough to make 4 extra blocks?
I think so, yeah.
So in that case, you could make 2 12-block quilts. So if you've got 2 single beds, say, in a room, you could actually make 2 12-block quilts to go on them. Now, that's really good value. All of those, and you've got a gorgeous chunk of this. This is your binding fabric. Plus, remember, this huge chunk of white on white. Absolutely amazing bundle of fabric. And of course, you've got that brilliant pattern for blooming tulips. Now, there are so many of you with this in your basket. Doesn't that look lovely? You see, a white on white print really adds a freshness to a quilt, doesn't it?
Very elegant, very pretty.
It is elegant, isn't it?
Calming. Even though all the different colours, it's got quite a calming feel to it.
And they've got such a gorgeous look as well. It's those rose pinks, teals, turquoise, that soft coral, the little bit of very soft grey in there as well. Very, very pretty. Very pretty. Now, the kit's flying out. Don't miss out, will you? I do have a limited quantity. You are making a massive saving. It's $189.99, and you could get it on split pay of $63.33. Get it home. Started at $269.99. That's a real whopping saving, £70 saving. That's your backing fabric, or buy your wadding, some thread, or just enjoy the saving, frankly.
It's enormous, that piece of white fabric. When I opened it up, it just goes on forever.
Meters and meters. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to look in the pattern actually and see how much white on white. What sort of level quilt is this, Delphine?
I wouldn't say beginner. I'll definitely go up a level.
Yep.
Only because of the points. But if you treat your fabric correctly, like spray it all, especially with some best press, making sure it's just got that nice firm feel before you actually start sewing, and just pay attention to your pressing.
Yeah.
And then all your points will meet. So it's all, if you cut it correctly and you press your fabric, it's fine.
Nice accurate 1/4 inch seam.
Yeah.
5.5 yards of your background fabric. And then 20 1/4 yards, 20. And then 1/3 of a yard of 4 more. A 5/8 of a yard of backing. There's a huge amount of fabric in this kit to make your 68 by 84 quilt. Absolutely lovely. Really, really gorgeous. Absolutely loads of you with this in your basket. Lots of you already checked out. Lots of you already checked out. Just fabulous. Now, Delphine, you did mention that best press would be a good idea.
Yeah, always. It's something you should always have in your stash, as part of your tools. You should always have it.
Couldn't agree more. At what point do we use the best press?
I always use it before I cut into the fabric.
Right, so press your yardage.
Yeah.
Spray your yardage, press it. And do you steam press or dry?
I'm a dry presser.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
This is lovely though. This is the Lavender Vanilla Best Press. And it's the 499 millilitre bottle with the hand trigger. So no aerosol, no overspray, completely controllable directional. It's a brilliant price. For $11.99, honestly, it's not worth not having. Oh, I hate it when I run out of Best Press. I use it for my general ironing as well. Collars and cuffs on shirts, the front of shirts.
Make them nice and crisp.
Nice and crisp, but also it helps repel dirt as well. Keeps them cleaner for longer. Insides of collars, insides of cuffs. Vanilla lavender scented. It's really lovely. And you can buy refills as well, so you can refill the bottle. So really good one to have. Okay. Shall we jump straight in? Let's jump straight in, Delphine.
Okay. Well, so the pattern, so I'm doing, so it said, like you said earlier, there is 2 patterns. And when I say there's 2 patterns, the other one's just got a board around it, so it makes the block even bigger. It does come with some templates for the triangles. Oh, excuse me. Got it here somewhere. Anyway, so it's...
You cut out templates so they're all...
Yeah, so you can cut the templates directly out from your pattern, but what I did was I just traced them, or you can photocopy them onto paper. So the way I use these, that's the one. So that's your templates. So you just need to cut those out, or if you don't want to cut into the pattern, just trace them or photocopy the piece of paper. So the way you cut these out, you'll cut out your strips of fabric as per the instructions, and then you will take your template piece and you will lay it onto your fabric, and obviously away from the any salvages. Make sure you cut that away maybe first, and then you will trim your triangles. So do that nice and accurately. And what I tend to do is once I've cut one, I prefer to use an actual fabric one rather than the paper going forward. Only because it stays on there.
Of course it does. Cotton attracts cotton.
Yeah, so I find whenever I use these once, and then I will switch to the whether it's an off-cut piece of fabric if you don't want to use your you know, your nice, pretty Riley Blake.
That's such a good tip. I'm going to take that.
Yeah, and it just, and then you know you're going to get the accuracy and nothing's going to move around, because just on there, it's going to stay there, whereas the paper could get a bit slippery.
Yeah.
So always cut one out of fabric, and then you will just continue then to just cut out your triangles from your fabric like that.
Very, very clever tip. Karen's message said, oh, I wish there had been best press when I was in the army. Do you think it would have helped you too?
We used starch, a lot of starch, yeah, because we used to, our shirts when I was in the RAF, we had these pleats down the back, and a lot of people would make extra pleats, and they were like works of art, these shirts, the way you would put extra creases on down to the buttons and then down there. Yeah. But yeah, everything was really heavily starched.
Yeah, nice and comfy to wear.
Yeah, and the wool trousers as well. And you had to make sure because you wasn't allowed to have any tram lines.
No.
So you had to have so doing that in that really thick wool, itchy, scratchy wool.
Oh.
Yeah.
No. Best press on your quilts, definitely.
So you'll have so that's to make your main triangle, and then you'll also have your template to make the smaller ones as well. So fold your fabric in half, and then that way you've saved your cutting them over and over again, so you can just double up on your cutting. So, and there is a slight right and wrong side to the white fabric with these little ditsy daisy prints. So by doing it that way, you're going to automatically have your pairs. So you haven't got to keep picking them up and trying to work it out. So
you've got a left and a right, haven't you, on your...
You have, yeah. And so when you put these together, it's on the template where they've got that extra section just cut out there. You want to have that because it will line up on the bottom edge of your triangle. So you haven't got to really offset anything at all. So
Smashing.
If you're new to this type of sewing or sewing the triangles together, it's already done for you. So you haven't got to worry about offsetting by 1/4 inch. So you're going to have your triangles like so, and then we're going to sew them together. So when I say about that little corner, so when it's lined up, you'll get that little dog ear there hanging over, so it's already done your 1/4 inch, and you just sew all the way to the end, and it will slightly hang over as well. So when you turn it right sides out, should be nice and straight.
Cool.
So you need 4 of these in total per block.
And you know the way the colours are matched up. Is it best to follow those?
Yeah, I just went from the diagram, but you can choose your favourite prints as well if you want to, but because there's so many. But so what they've done is the larger print is like the main triangles, and it's all the ditsy daisies are for the centres.
Got you, makes sense.
So I'm just going to give that a light press.
It's a lovely design, and I can see the tulips in every block, can't you? But also, there's loads of secondary patterns in this quilt. Do you see the circles appearing?
Yeah, that's the one. When you stand on it, when you look away, you can see those circles, can't you?
Very clever. And little crosses, tulips.
So there we are. So that's our triangle. So again, you'd make 4 of those in total, and they should marry up quite nicely, and then you can just trim those ears off. So I've made 4 of those already.
Okay.
So I tend to do this in sections, really. So now I know I've done my 4 points, but obviously that goes into that kite shape. And to make that kite shape, we need to add on a flying geese element to it. So in this one, you're not cutting the triangles and adding the triangles on. This is the method where you do the square where you go corner to corner. So you will have a bit of wastage, but then you can put an extra quarter of an
is it like a stitch and flip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at home, I would, well, I'm not going to lie and say I do it at home because I don't. Where you can draw your line from corner to corner.
Yeah.
I just eyeball it.
You eyeball it.
But otherwise, you draw a line.
Have you tried the Seam Guide washi tape?
No.
Oh, we had it in the last hour in the tools hour.
I was on.
Would you mind just grabbing it, please? The tape, the black tape. You put it on the bed of your sewing machine, and then you can.
Oh.
If you're not good at eyeballing,
Yeah.
and you can follow the line.
I've not seen this.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, well, there we are.
I suppose equally you could do the no waste method if you wanted to.
If you wanted to, yeah. But then this one, I think it's quite nice and accurate. So all you do is lay your square on top of your rectangle, and we're just going to sew from point to point. But again, if you're fairly new, you might want to draw it. We're not sewing a quarter of an inch either side. We're actually going to be sewing on the line. So, although when you're standing up sewing, it's a little bit different when you sew machines at an angle, because we all sew like this at home, don't we?
Oh, of course.
So that's one. You don't want to go straight on and put the next one on like that and then sew it, because it will get caught. So you do need to fold that back. So I recommend that you just trim that first, and then you flip it back, give it a press, and then add the other one on. And again, you need 4 of these in total per block. So I'm now going to add on my next one. And there is a little overlap on that middle section, and you want to have that.
Before you do that, I'll just quickly nip over and show you. This is that tape. Oh, hang on. I'll just show you what you're doing. You lay it down on the bed of your sewing machine with the red line through the centre needle position.
Yeah.
And then when you're sewing this on, you line up the bottom point.
So it's perfect.
The top, and you just keep an eye on that, and you'll sew a quarter of an inch away. If you want to sew on that line, then you line it up with the white line there, or on the white line there. So the white line there, you'd sew exactly.
Perfect.
It's cool, isn't it?
It is perfect. Yeah, I've seen it on people's machines, but I've never used it.
Yeah.
But it's handy.
I think if you're not confident with eyeballing, it's as good as using a laser light. Yeah. If you do want a sewing machine with a laser light on it,
I was just about to ask if you got one of those.
then you need to stay tuned for the last hour, because I've got a Brother sewing machine with a laser light that totally eliminates the need for eyeballing and drawing lines forever. It's fabulous.
So,
And yes, my machine, my studio machine, I have a laser
have you?
light.
I don't.
Oh. I haven't marked a half square triangle in over a year.
Have you not?
No. And when you're making a block that might have 81 pieces in it, no marking.
No marking.
Do you know what I mean? That's one block. You make 20. Do you know what I mean? I was doing a block which was a cat made of stitch and flip units. Didn't have to mark a single one.
That's good, isn't it? They're so clever. People come up with all of this technology for our machines, aren't
It's
they?
one simple tool and it makes such a difference. But you
Yeah.
can achieve the same with that tape. So, yeah.
It's like 'cause my husband is a mechanical design engineer at trade, and you know, he's fixed my sewing machines over the years, like with various bits of machinery and things, and he can't believe how complex the sewing machine is and how
Really?
cleverly
Yeah.
made they are.
I mean, the essential action has stayed the same since fairly early on. in the technology.
Yeah, but it's just so clever how they've evolved.
The adult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things like, you know, the one thing I would never be without is something really simple, the cutters on your machine.
Yeah.
You know,
Needle up, needle down.
Needle up,
the needle
needle down.
stopping in the down position.
And when it threads itself, when you just have to put it through a hook and you're not there for ages, just...
Love it. If you are ready for a new sewing machine, or you want a wonderful sewing machine to take along to workshops, I've got both offers. I've got the machine of your dreams, quilting, embroidery, you name it. But I've also got a fabulous machine that you could buy to take to workshops and classes that still has all of the essentials and more besides.
So I've made my flying geese now. So again, you need 4 of those. So I'm just going to move those out of the way, I don't need them. And so now, to make our kite shapes, we're going to take the pieces that we've previously sewn, and now what we're going to do is add our flying geese to the top to create our kite shape.
Perfect.
Because when I first saw the picture of this, I thought it was FPP, because it's so accurate, but it's just all pieced, nice and neat.
Yeah.
So you
And just
sew those.
that one unit made with templates.
Yeah, that's it.
I love using templates in patchwork.
I think they're really handy, and like I said, just by playing around with little tips of just by like the way you cut in them and.
Oh, your tip to use a piece of fabric, your template, absolutely brilliant.
It just stops it moving around under the paper, doesn't it? There we are. And 2 more. So when I've done this, I recommend you do it block per block. But that's just the way I sew. Do you do it in
Block by block.
block by block?
Block by block. I used to do like sort of factory production. I don't anymore because I don't work in a factory. And I don't want to sew like I work in a factory. You know what I mean?
No, it takes the enjoyment out of it, I think. It's nice to see the progression. It's like, oh, and that's another one done. And that's, especially when you lay them all out on the table or the floor and seeing how it's starting to come together.
Definitely.
So I'm just gonna
And
put
just from
those-
the point of view of not making the same mistake 120 times as well. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Because I've done that too.
I think we've all been
Cut
there.
out a whole quilt and then realised I've cut one of the units wrong. The minute I
Oh.
pieced the first one, it doesn't fit because I've done 4.5 inches instead of 5. Ruin, you know? You learn by these
You
mistakes.
certainly do.
Yeah.
So there's all our kites all made.
I can see as well, Delphine, how much easier and flatter that's pressing because you've used the best press as well.
It does make it a lot easier to use. So I don't need them for the time being. Now I'm going to do the centre square. And again, it's exactly the same, corner to corner, one side to the other. So you'll do these 2 sections first, trim and flip, and then I'm going to do the other 2 sections.
So again, you're eyeballing corner to corner.
Yeah.
You could use your tape, laser light, or draw a line.
Yeah. So again, if you didn't want to waste any of these corners, you can just put another stitch in there. And then you've got all those little tiny half square triangles, which would be quite nice for a quilt.
Oh, yeah.
Or a cushion.
Little cushion, yeah.
So trim off about 1/4 inch. And then I'm going to press those open. There we are. And now I'm going to add the last 2. And then that's our centre block made.
It is lovely, isn't it, having a quilt block that has different patchwork units in it.
It makes it a lot more interesting to make, doesn't it? Because you are, you know, sometimes when you make quilts, it's lovely to just have that nice simple block. But you can just do, not have to pay attention. You can just have something on in the background, Sewing Street, or or a podcast as we like.
Yes,
you don't
we
have
love
to
a
think about
podcast.
it. But sometimes I quite enjoy the silence of. I'll just sit in peace and just do it, and then but paying attention. So these elements that I'm doing at the moment, the ones I've just shown you, that you don't really need to concentrate on that. You could just do it. But then the next sections, it does take a little bit more precision in the layout of your pieces, because there's two different layouts for the.
We'll get ready to pay attention. New podcast for you, by the way. You might have already listened to it. Great British Scandal.
No, I've not heard that one.
Terrific.
Oh, I'll have to have a look at that.
Really good. Historical, very long. I mean, I listened to one which was all about Anne Boleyn.
Oh, nice. You know what I mean.
Progress, but very interesting. But then I've just listened to one which was about Lord Haw-Haw, who did propaganda during the Second World War.
Oh, I'd like things like that.
Oh, very interesting.
Do something different as well.
Very interesting. While you're sewing your patchwork. Yeah.
So that's our centre square. So we're going to take two of our kite pieces now, and then that will make our centre section.
Yep.
And then you can just put this to one side.
Oh, okay, so you piece that together now?
Well, you would do it later, but I'm just doing it now because I know what I'm like when I'm here.
Yep.
I'll drop something.
Sure.
So if I've done it, it's a bigger piece to lose.
There you go.
Easier
Easy
piece
to find.
Easier to find.
Oh, don't miss out on this gorgeous kit, will you? The Blooming Tulip, designed by Jerry Robinson, fabulous American quilt designer. She really does design the most beautiful quilts. This has got a really lovely vintage look. 25 different fabrics. You've got all of these gorgeous fabrics to use within your blocks. You've got 5.5 yards of white on white. You've also got your beautiful binding fabric as well. 5/8 of a yard of that. Just gorgeous. 20 of you need to check out your baskets or you're gonna miss out.
So that's my
Just a hint.
centre row all done already. So I can just pop that side and I know I'm not going to use it. So that piece will be there.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that's our piece there.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to put that there and hope it doesn't fly away. And now this is where I do pay a little bit more attention to my pattern. So it gives you all the instructions here of like how to do all of your pieces. And then the next section are these two down here, because you want to make sure you get the correct orientation of the triangles, because it does make all the difference.
Okay.
You've got two facing inwards, another facing outwards, and so it tells you about how to actually create the corners. So try not to jump ahead and go, oh, well, I need to make 4 of those corners and that's the block. No, you need to do 2 of each layout.
Oh.
So of the way they rotate, so otherwise they won't. So just make sure you pay attention to the layout. So first of all, I know I need 3 of my triangles of my main fabric per corner. So what I'm going to do is, again, you have your background fabric and your feature fabric right sides together. And again, we're not going to do that where we save in the fabric.
Do you mind just putting it forward a little? Thank you. That's lovely. Thanks.
So we're not going to do it so it's either side of the line. You're just going to do straight down the line and then we're going to trim. So again, you can, if you wanted to, adjust a pattern ever so slightly, perhaps, just so if you didn't want to waste any, you could just make those squares that little bit bigger, and then you could do double it up.
Understood, because otherwise sort of just under half of the fabric is wasted.
Yeah, so just from, that's just from the centre square and the flying geese. So you can adjust it. So that just goes to show how much fabric you will have.
Absolutely.
You can actually have left.
So if you did want to make those 4 extra blocks,
Yeah.
2 12-block, you could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think you just add an extra ½ inch for the cutting instructions, and then that will give you those blocks. So I'm going to chain stitch these. Again, I'll do these in sections so I know how many of each I've got. So like I said, I need 3 half square triangles per corner. So that's 2, 4. So I'll need 12 in total.
See, I do love it when there's multiple units because you can just sort of, this is where you concentrate on the podcast. Stuart sewing.
Yeah. I love chain stitching. If I was chain stitching at home, I probably would take my 1/4 inch foot off. But just goes show, it doesn't really matter if you keep it on.
Because you're sewing straight across the middle.
Yeah. But my 1/4 inch foot is probably one of the main ones I use actually. That, my applique foot and a free motion foot.
Yeah.
Everyone's got their own preference of what they use, don't
Yeah,
they?
for sure.
What do you use?
I use the zigzag foot for most of my work because I use the 1/4 inch positions.
Right.
You know, the 1/4 inch
yeah.
stitch on my machine for a 1/4 inch, centre needle position for sewing diagonally for flippy corners. I would change it to the open-toed foot for paper piecing and applique. And then obviously darning foot if I'm quilting, but mostly I'll jump to the long arm for if I'm quilting.
So that's 6.
Still need to get you long arming.
I need, so I'm going to unbox my Cutie Breeze.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's my next.
Very good.
Yeah, so I'm quite excited to.
You've got a cutie.
So I'm really excited to start
Brill.
with that. So I'm gonna, when the boys are back at school, I can set it up on my table. So.
Got you.
So now I'm going to trim these off.
So just a 1/4 inch away from the sewing line.
Yeah, I think when we've been quilting long enough, you can sort of eyeball a 1/4 inch, can't you?
Yeah.
And then just press those. You can press to the dart. It doesn't really matter in this one because you're not really meeting these points up with anything, so it doesn't matter if you quilt in different directions. But I quite like to be consistent in my pressing. It's funny because I'm not that bothered about ironing at home, but when it comes to I'm always pressing. I think you press more than you actually sew, don't you?
Yeah, you've got to make friends with all the processes.
You do, yeah. That's why I like to break it up and not just do the same thing over and over. You okay? So it's gone quiet.
I'm just watching. I know, but it was like, in my studio, I just love the calm.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. Yeah, definitely.
It's a peaceful hobby.
It is.
I've got some lovely backing fabrics, by the way. If you're thinking, extra wide backing fabric, Stuart, for backing that, I've got some lovely options. They go so well. I'm going to start with this one. This ends 9-0. Look, how perfect is that, Delphine?
Oh, that is, isn't it?
I mean, if I just move, I mean, it is a Riley Blake fabric, and these are Riley Blake fabric. Look, it just goes so well. This is 108 inches wide, 100% cotton, precious petites in mint. And that would just go absolutely beautifully with this quilt pattern. Now, let's just think about how much fabric we would need. The quilt 60, hang on, let me get the pattern. It's all right, I'm gonna look. Right, so 64, because we've got way more than 84 inches on the width, so we need 68, so 2 meters. Yeah, 4 units. 4 units. That's it. That's all you need. 4 units. Now remember, you're saving £70 on the price of the kit. 4 units of this is going to be under 60. £59.96. So that would be one really nice option. I've got the same fabric but with a pink background. And again, if I bring the fabrics in, look how beautiful. It goes so well. You like that one, Delphine?
That one's really pretty as well.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. Is it? They Riley Blake as well?
Yeah. Yeah. Precious Petites. This is in pink. Again, $14.99, 4 units. If you got 5 units, you'd have some extra fabric that you could do some really nice pillow shams. Some pillow shams to go with the quilt would be lovely. So that's that one. Now, if you want something that's a bit larger scale, this is also Riley Blake. Different range, but the colours just work so well. Strawberries and flowers. Isn't that gorgeous?
Oh, I like the strawberries.
Aren't they cute?
They're really on trend, aren't they? They're everywhere at the moment. You see, everywhere. Clothes, all sorts.
I've got a freezer full.
Have you? Do you grow your own?
Actually, no, I don't. But they were all, you know, when supermarkets have them, like loads of them in the reduced
Yeah,
fruit.
we use them in smoothies, frozen strawberries.
Bought boxes and boxes and boxes of them. Well, I'll do strawberry jam.
Oh, lovely,
I'll
yummy.
make strawberry jam with them. Those are cute. $14.99 again. 58.96. That's it. Done and dusted. Yep. 59. 86. Right. Or this one, same design. This is gorgeous. Really pretty. $14.99 again. And then the last one I've got, now I don't think this goes, but that is only my opinion. But it's still a beautiful fabric. But if I bring the... I just don't think that goes. But it's lovely. Is that bad of me to say? I like to be honest.
No, I know what you mean.
The other 4, any of the other 4 I would use. That one I would save for something else.
I don't tend to bother much about, you know, it depends what you use it for on the back, because you can have it so it's reversible.
I think so.
Don't you?
I think so. And you always want the same quality fabric on the back as on the front. Let's just quickly recap the kit. Don't miss out. Lots of you have been checking out in the break time, but you do need to check out your basket now or you'll miss out. There's your feature fabric. Absolutely yummy. You've also got that beautiful binding fabric, that soft peach. And then you've got 5.5 yards of your white on white. It's almost a bolt. Amazing, plus your pattern. And remember, that pattern does have 2 different options. You've enough fabric to make the 20 block quilt, but you've also got the pattern to make a 9 block with these extra little units, if you prefer. You could probably make 2 of those out of the same kit, because that's 9 blocks and that's 20. You could even add a border on if you wanted to. Couldn't you? Half square triangle border, use up your scraps.
That'd be pretty.
Or, you know, the centre, the square on point, you could sew lots of those together and put a border around. That would be pretty.
I'll be tempted to do some applique in the centres.
Nice.
Of some flowers, you know, using the tulips as inspiration.
Lovely. That's a lovely idea. Yeah, I like that. Like a little tulip and a leaf.
And then maybe on the borders here.
Yeah.
Just in the corners, not all over it,
Yeah.
just a little bit.
Gorgeous. Nice idea. It's a great kit. Now, originally it was £269.99, but we've hacked £70 off that price to make it, no, not £70 at all, £80. That's an £80 saving, isn't it? £80 off. So £60 for your backing, £20 still saved, put it towards your wadding. Gosh, fabulous. 63.33 is your split pay. If you've never used split pay before, never felt the need to, you don't need to this time, but it's a way of spreading the cost. You've got 3 split pays on this. You pay £63.33 today. You get the quilt home in 3 to 5 working days. And then this time next month, you pay another £63.33. And then the month after that, one more payment. So it just spreads the cost if you want. Yeah, yeah, you'd have probably finished the quilt and been enjoying lying under it. Have you started to put quilts back on the bed?
Yes, as you know from
have.
what I said earlier.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We have too.
Yeah.
We have too.
I like him for decoration.
Yeah.
I'm really funny about my bed. My beds have to look like something out of a magazine.
Lovely.
I do. I'm very particular about how I make my bed. I think it's the military in me, but my beds have to be. The duvet. I have to have the throw. I've got 4 sets of pillows. No, 2 pillows, 4 cushions. Yeah.
Oh, very nice. And do you have to arrange them somewhere else when you get into the bed?
I just chuck them on the floor.
Do you? Not that particular then.
No one's in there. It's only me and Nick.
And now, I know you want to watch the demo, but there are way more of you with this quilt kit in your baskets than we have left. So don't delay, don't miss out. Check out your basket and then sit back, relax, enjoy the demo, safe in the knowledge that you've got your quilt kit. Over to you now, Delphine.
So I was just doing these corners. I'll probably do, depending on time, I'll start off with one of each so you can see the slight difference, but the importance of paying attention to the diagram, because as you can see these corners, you think, oh, those corners, you're just going to rotate it and it will fit. But as if we look at this section here, so where you sew in the rectangle and A together, which is this piece here, if you flip it and you think, oh, it will fit that one, it's the wrong way. So you always make sure that you're doing pairs. So for each block, you need 2 go in that way and 2 go in that way. Don't think, oh, you can flip it round, because it will go in the opposite direction.
Okay.
We don't want. So I've just been sewing together these ditzy prints now. So I'm just going to trim those. So you do the ditzy prints for the centre tulips, which there are 4. And you sew those exactly the same as you did before. So I'll just trim. I'll just do 4 at the moment so I can get these 2 corner units sewn so you can see the difference in the layout. So I'll press those 4 open the same.
Do you want me to come and press those?
I've done it now.
Oh, you haven't?
Well, I've only got 3 left.
Oh. Don't want me to...
Oh,
don't
well,
want my help
look,
then?
I've been busy.
Go on then.
There we
I've made
go.
myself redundant, haven't I?
You have, today.
Fine.
Well, there you are, my love. Right, okay, so we'll start off with this one first. So I've already sewn together one of our main, I'll use that one looks nicer. And then what we're going to do is that you need, which I've missed a pile, let me just trim 2 of these. Then you need your background squares.
Oh, nice message from Christine. She says, hi, gorgeous Delphine Brooks. Lovely to see you again.
Lovely to see you as well.
She says, I sometimes buy an extra sheet or a single duvet cover to make cushion covers that go with the duvet. That's a great idea.
That is a good idea.
Sometimes as well, you know, when you see like a duvet, like a Super King duvet cover on sale, like ridiculous price, but there are no pillowcases to match. I buy a second one and make pillowcases because for the price of the duvet cover, Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
that
otherwise it
makes
doesn't
sense.
match.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
no one wants to buy it, and that's why it's £20 instead of 200.
That makes sense.
I've done that before
Yeah.
now. Got some really good bargains.
So what I'm going to do now is lay out my second row. So it's quite important that you pay attention to this diagram is the one that I definitely pay quite a lot of attention to. And so that's how the next row is going to lie.
Oh, see, that looks wrong, doesn't it? But
It-
you've got
it
your diagram
does.
and it's completely right.
It does look wrong. That's why I always like,
Oh, I was wrong in the last hour, Delphine. I couldn't cut 2 half-square triangles.
you what, sorry?
I couldn't cut 2 half-square triangles. I had a mental block, honestly. And Lynn messaged in and she said, oh, it's just like me being a lefty using a conventional ruler. I suddenly felt very humbled by
Oh, bless her.
You know when you get brain fog and
Oh,
you're like,
yeah.
Sometimes it's like using the angle lines on a ruler. It just makes my brain hurt.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it's something that, because you could do it this over and over again using the one quilt, and then you probably won't see that again for like a year.
Right.
And then going back to it, I often have to teach myself
Yeah.
again.
That's why I like a template, because like you've got to cut round it. Easy.
Yeah.
Whereas using the lines on a ruler sometimes is a bit like, oh, no, I can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I was like that with the Robin ruler, but now I feel like I've mastered that ruler now.
Oh, I've got that. And like you said, it
When you
really
first look
is
at
a
it,
practice.
you're like, ooh. But once really, you just, what we were saying earlier, you just take a step back, look at it and go, oh, okay, I can do this.
What I think, though, after is I think you've got a different kind of brain to the rest of us. To be able to work out that and create that ruler, that is some kind of genius move going on there. You know what I mean? To be able to work out how to do it. It's like some of the creative grids rulers. I think, how did you come up with that?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
clever.
And it's just the way you just move it down slightly, and it cuts a completely different section off. Very cleverly done.
Yeah.
And so then our third row looks like this.
Oh, that looks right now.
Yeah, so I'm just going to sew these together.
Oh yes, I'm the king of the discount duvet because I like very expensive bedding.
Oh, you've got to have
But
a
I
nice
don't
bedding.
want to pay that price.
No. No, I'll do like a nice but I'm teaching the boys as well, so the boys have to make. They've both got cushions on their bed. Louis very good, my 10-year-old makes.
Is this from being in the forces? Do you think?
Yeah, and my house. If you open a cupboard in my house, then it's just a mess. But if you go
But
in
who
my
would
house,
come to your house as a visitor and start going through your cupboards, Delphine?
oh, to know me in-laws. She does
Yes.
laugh. My mother-in-law does laugh when she opens something and everything falls out. You know, goes to open for where I get all the Tupperware and it's just all just.
Oh, I hear you there. I hear you there.
Yeah. Who's got time for that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know. In my dreams, I'm really organised with things like that, and I've got a cupboard and a space for everything. But in reality,
No.
no.
But I can't. It's like I can't go to do the school run without the beds being made and everything
I'm with
tidy.
you.
I'm very. You walk into my house and it looks lovely, but then you open a cupboard, it's carnage.
Yeah, well. Take my advice. Don't open the cupboard doors.
Yeah. So there's your three. So again,
Ace.
you pay attention to that because then that's going to bring your corners together. So what I've done is I've pressed everything in different directions as I went, so I know that these seams will match up. So again, it's important to just take your time to pay attention to which way your seams lay, and then that's what's going to give you that accurate seam, because you are dealing with small pieces here, so you want to make sure it lays nice and flat. There we go. So that's one. I'll just add this bottom section here. And it's this bottom bit here that forms the tulip shape. So pull that together. Just line that up. And there we are. So that's our corners all made.
Gorgeous.
So how long have I got left? Have I got any time left?
Couple of minutes.
Oh yeah, I should have time to do that other
Well.
corner. But it's just important. So if I show you a finished block, or probably if I show you up here. So if I say it goes, I don't know, so it goes there,
Yeah.
then the other one will go here like
Yeah.
that. So you just rotate them around, but you need to make
Okay.
sure the top piece is a different orientation. So that's why it says make 2 of each.
I suppose it looks
not
the
four,
same,
but
but
it's
the white on white is going in a different direction.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
And then, so you then add your kite shape to the corner
Yes.
in between. And then, so you've only got that 1 point to match here.
Well, see, this is a lovely, interesting quilt to make, isn't it? Because the skills are basic, beginner level. They are all basic, beginner level patches.
Yeah.
But the fact that you've got square in a square, tall, or what I call a tall triangle,
Yeah. So you learn
flying
a
geese
lot.
and
Lots
half-square
of
triangle.
Yeah.
All one block. So interesting to make, fun, motivating. Keeps you going, doesn't it?
It does. And I think, and because if you cut everything accurate, like I said, all the points will meet perfectly.
Beautiful.
So you add all of that, and then you will be left with your finish.
Oh, look at that.
Your
Yes,
finished
yes,
block.
yes. That's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. You see, you could make a couple of pieced cushions with your leftovers to go with your quilt as well,
Yeah,
couldn't you?
Definitely.
And you don't have to make it 4 by 5 if you don't want.
No.
You've got your 9 block quilt. Make a couple of those. And then you're talking about £95 per quilt. Amazing value.
Incredible, isn't it?
Amazing value.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so well demonstrated. Thank you for that, Delphine. It was
Thank
great
you.
to see all of the elements.
Yeah, it just makes it more interesting.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think it's a great design, a beautiful array of fabrics. I mean, look at all that loveliness there. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, full demo, everything shown. Time to check out your baskets. Lots of you lingering today. It's a brilliant price. You're saving £70. That's enough to buy your backing and most of the wadding, to be fair. Fantastic price, a great size of quilt. £80 saving. Well done if you've just checked out your basket. And this is quilted with an all-over meander, isn't it, Delphine?
Yeah, just nice and simple.
Yeah. I think this quilt would also lend itself really well to just a crosshatch through the diagonals. Very easily done. Walking foot. What's the rest of your day looking like, Delphine?
I've got to go to a bit of a food shop on the way home, have lunch, and then we're taking the dog out. If it's not too hot, we might take him down to the river and take the dog out for a walk.
Oh, sounds lovely. Good weather outside.
It's beautiful outside, but I need to make the most. The boys are going away tomorrow for a few days, so
Okay.
So I want to.
Make the most of the time with them.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Well, have a good one. And it's been
you.
lovely to see you.
Thank you.
Right, now, after the break, I have got 4 incredible Brother machines. The most incredible thing will be the price you pay. If you've been thinking about getting yourself the machine of your dreams, a combi embroidery and sewing machine, or a fabulous machine to take to workshops, classes, and to use at home for all of your projects at the best possible price, today's the day. See you after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus, you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
I've really got I think I've got a machine for everyone in this hour. I'm going to start with the sewing machine of your dreams. Now, last week at Festival of Quilts, all of the sewing machine manufacturers were there. They'd all got great deals. I didn't see a single deal that I thought was better than the deal that we have, or the deals that we have on Sewing Street. We always give you a show deal, and I'm going to do the same again for you today. We're going to go straight to the VQ4, which truly is a sewing machine of your dreams. It should be £3,499. You get such a lot of machine for that money. It's 5 split pays. At the moment, if you were to go for it with those 5 split pays, you'd be paying just a fraction under £700 per month. Let me show you the price you're going to pay today. This is the VQ4, the most incredible, for quilters, unparalleled. Oh, there you go. Now just remind me, our original price was £500, just like that. £2,999. That's your price. £500 more if you wait till midnight tonight. £500 more if you go to the Brother website. There it is, 3499. 3499. And if you wait till midnight, that's what you'd pay too. Now, with this machine, let me tell you, you've got, now this is one of the absolute keys about it. It has got an 11¼ inch throat space from here to that needle position. 11¼ inches. Now, your vast majority of domestic home sewing machines have a throat space of about 6 inches or less. So this is almost double. This is classed as a long arm sewing machine. So if you've ever wanted to be able to long arm your quilts, but you don't have room for the whole kit and caboodle, but you want to be able to have that reach, this is the machine, 11¼ inches of throat space. Now, if you were to put this onto something like a Gracie frame, remember, rather than 5 or 6 inches of throat space that you can quilt, you've now got almost double that to quilt in one single pass. What a difference that would make. What a difference. Now, let me tell you about the specifications of the machine and the stitches that you've got. 473 stitches. So everything from piecing, utility, decorative, piecing, over edge stitching, over casting, all your dressmaking stitches. You've got loads, 14 different styles of automatic one-step buttonhole. You have got 5 alphabet fonts. 5 alphabet fonts. You have got My Custom Stitch capability. You can design your own stitches. You can mix and match different stitches and bring them together in My Custom Stitch. You've also got what's called iCaps, which is a sensor system within your machine that changes the pressure automatically to accommodate different kinds of fabrics, but also different thicknesses. So when you're going from thin to thick within one garment, for example, or a quilt, for example, the iCap system will take account of that. So you get consistent, perfect stitches every time. Let me show you what you get in the box. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. You've got your wide table. You've got your straight stitch needle plate. These are such valuable extras. You've got your walking foot included, your 1/4 inch quilting foot with guide. You've got your free motion quilting foot as well. So you're not going to have to buy any of these as extras. You've got all those dressmaking feet that you would expect. So things like your buttonhole foot, your button fitting foot, monogramming, overcasting, zigzag, you know, your zipper foot as well. But you have also got those important feet, like your walking foot, your darning foot. Now, your walking foot's really cool because it actually plugs in to your machine, and this is how it senses the relative thickness of your fabric. Okay, so it plugs in at the side in a jack, and it senses the thickness and adjusts the pressure. You've also got on that walking foot 5 different shoes that clip on. So we can do things like quilting in the ditch. We've got an in the ditch quilting shoe that snaps on. You've also got a 1/4 inch away outline quilting foot as well that snaps on, and so on. No, those aren't. No. It's really clever. It's really clever. Now, you've also got a touch pen stylus. And you use that for the screen. It's a massive screen. But also on this, you've got that, we always call it the sonic screwdriver. Yeah? And with that, you can change the needle position. You can move the laser light. Oh yeah, it's got one of those too. It's got that laser light, which I've got on my brother's sewing machine in my studio, which is... It's such a small thing in the great scheme of things. It's everything. It is everything when you're doing stitch and flip or half square triangles, which I do all the time. You can use that laser pen in lots of different ways. Really, really cool. It's just a terrific machine. There's so much to it. It is the machine of your dreams. It really is. My machine, yeah, my machine's a combi and it was about £12,500. So this is £2,999. And to be fair, in a sewing machine, it's got everything that machine's got as a sewing machine. So if you don't want an embroidery machine, but you want a machine like mine that's got all of the functionality, this is absolutely ideal. In fact, I met a lovely couple at Festival of Quilts who were looking for a machine. I said to them, what's your budget? As soon as they mentioned 3,000, I said, VQ4, VQ4. No hesitation. Leslie from Tyne and Wear says, my brother Innova's VQ4 sewing machine was delivered on Friday. I love it. Well worth the money. That's from Leslie. The thing is, if that, you know, I think you've always got to buy a machine that's within budget. Absolutely. But equally, you've got to think this is one purchase that I'm making that if I buy the right machine, I'm going to be using it for the next 10 years, 15 years or more. So it's, although you've got to, if you like, you've got to find the money today, you have to think about what you're going to need for the next 10 to 15 years. And I know that's hard, but do you know what I mean? It's what makes sense. You want to future-proof your purchase if you possibly can. Now, another fancy thing I want to show you, which is rather brilliant, is the pedal. Or I should say, pedals. So, you've got your main pedal, okay, and then you've got your extra pedal. Now, your extra pedal is bolted on to this metal bar, which means that you can put this on the left or the right, depending on which side suits you, or you don't have to bolt it on at all if you don't want to. But what you've got on your main pedal, okay, is you'll notice it's a bit deeper than most pedals, and you put your whole foot onto this pedal rather than just the front of your foot, and you use your toes to push down for faster and slower, yeah, but then you do a heel tap where you push down with your heel, and that can be used to, now if I can't remember if it's to lift and lower the presser foot or cut, I think it's cut the thread. You cut your thread with a heel tap Yeah, the heel tap cuts the thread. Now, this part of the foot can be programmed to do different things. So it can lift and lower the presser foot, it can lift and lower the needle, or it can do, I think, a locking stitch as well. So like, for example, if you're a dressmaker and you're used to doing a locking stitch at the start and finish of every single stitch, imagine if you could do it with your foot instead of having to, yeah, I know, it's fabulous. Now you also get an extension table, which, I mean, when you see it on the machine, it just looks like the same size as the extension table you get with the FS250. I've put them up against each other, and it's like Little and Large or David and Goliath. If you see the size, I mean, the size of the extension table, it's ginormous. It is ginormous. And it actually gives you, from the back of the machine, okay, from the back of the machine to the front of it's 24 inches. It is huge. So where some people will buy a table that their machine can drop down into, so they've got that big flat table, you've actually got one that fits onto your machine. Superb, absolutely superb. Now, stock-wise, I just need to let you know, I've got way less of this machine than I'd like, way less than we've ever sold on previous shows too. There are also loads of you with this in your basket. I know it's one of those things that you need to think about and weigh it up, but I'm here to give you the information about the machine. If you've got any questions about the machine, get them in. Split pay is a great option on this kind of machine. Lynn's asked a great question. Can this machine be used on a QT Breeze frame? Thank you, Lynn. Totally, 100%, 100%. It would be this would be about the best kind of machine you could use on a QT. And I'll tell you why. Because what we're going to actually use our machine this way, yeah, and we'll have our handle, and we're going to bring the machine forwards and back and side to side. We've got 11¼ inches, so that when we're bringing our machine from the top of our row, we're going to quilt in rows, from the top of the row to the bottom of the row is 11¼ inches. Now, if you were to use, for example, a Brother FS250, you can use that on your quilty frame too. Work brilliantly, fantastically well. But this has a 6-inch throat space. So your row that you can quilt in one go is that. Or that. Before you need to move your quilt on. So a long arm sewing machine is the best kind of machine to use on a Quilty Breeze, but it will work with any machine. So long as you can drop the feed dogs, then you can use it. Good question, Lynn. Right, I'm going to leave that there for now. Best of luck with that. So many of you with it in your baskets. This is when using those 5 split pays really could help you to get this machine into your life. You've got a knee lift with it too, of course. Knee lift, absolutely game-changing. For me, I wouldn't be without it. I'm going to move this off the table for now. And let's talk about combi machines. Because, you know, if you want an embroidery machine, but you also want a sewing machine and you want it all in one, and maybe you've only got room for one machine, how fabulous. Look at the detail on that. That's incredible. Now, that's one of the designs on your machine. You get 313 designs built into your machine. Now, of those, 55 of them are Disney. Beautiful Disney designs, but over 300 built-in designs. Now, you've also got loads of different embroidery fonts. We're just talking about this as an embroidery machine at the moment. There are 13 different embroidery fonts built in. Upper and lower case, numbers, punctuation. 13 different times. Your hoop, by the way, your maximum hoop size is, get this, 6 inches wide by 10 inches deep. Huge, absolutely huge. Okay. You've also got your USB port in the side. This means that if you've already got embroidery designs on a USB, you can pop it straight in. But it also means that you can upload from the internet. It's Wi-Fi enabled. You don't have to use that port, but you can. But you can. It's also wireless. Okay, so you've got those options too. So for downloading different designs, I mean, there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of fonts, designs for embroidery, quilting designs. You can quilt your quilt using this machine. It could be a business from home. You've also got the option of applique in the hoop. So there are lots and lots of designs that you can get that you stitch out, and they're a combination of applique and embroidery all in the hoop. Just amazing. You're not paying £2,999, by the way. Wow. Wow. Get this. This is your show price, £500 off again. £2,499. Now that's amazing to get an incredible embroidery machine with a 6x10 hoop space and an amazing sewing machine as well. And now I'm just going to grab these because look, at the moment the machine's in sewing mode. So you've got your double accessory box, front and back. That's just going to pull off. Here are your hoops. I just want to show you your hoops. How cool is that? I mean, amazing. Okay. Here's your embroidery module. So this just slides on where your accessory boss comes off, and as soon as it clicks into place, it's in embroidery mode. It's as easy as that. And being able to swap from quilting, sewing to embroidery as fast and as easily as that, well, that's what you want a combi machine to do. And that's brother. That's brother for you. Absolutely brilliant. They work so well. Morning, Stuart. I've recently purchased this machine. It's fantastic, and I'm learning more and more each time I use it. I'm a very happy customer. That's Jan from Swansea. Janet, I'm so pleased. It's brilliant. I love a combi machine. I thought when I got mine, I was really only going to use it as an embroidery machine. I wasn't interested in it being a sewing machine. What I wasn't prepared for was what a brilliant sewing machine it is as well. And it truly is. 291 stitches, 10 one-step buttonholes, 5 different lettering fonts. Now remember, that's in addition to your 13 embroidery lettering fonts. And that's before you start downloading, you know, the Peter Rabbit alphabet, or the, you know, Winnie the Pooh alphabet, or anything else that you want to purchase to go with it. It's also got the ICAP system, so it's going to compensate for different thicknesses of fabric and keep a consistent and beautiful stitch length. It's also got a pivot function and drop feed. This is also the one that you can stitch forwards, backwards, sidewards, and on both diagonals in stitch mode. So it's got feed dogs that will feed in all directions, which means you've got a maximum stitch width on this when it's in sewing mode. Okay, normally your maximum stitch width on a sewing machine is 7 millimeters, and occasionally you'll get an alphabet font that will do 9mm. Okay, so less than a centimetre. In sewing mode, your maximum stitch width is 40 millimetres, 4 centimetres. Yeah, 40, not 14, 40. Standard width for a sewing machine is 7 millimetres. It's wild. And that's because your sewing machine can sew sideways and diagonally as well. So when it's sewing, it can sew this gorgeous serpentine stitch that you could use to quilt sashing, for example. It's 40 millimetres wide. It's really cool. It's really cool. An 8.3 throat space. So Lynn, who messaged earlier to say, would the VQ4 be a good machine for a Gracie frame? Absolutely the best. But this is over 8 inches in throat space as well. So still an extra 2+ inches of throat space to work with on that Gracie frame, for example, okay? There are other frames that you might have, or just when you're quilting your quilt or making your big coat or your larger projects, your curtains, your blinds, having all that extra throat space makes the world of difference. Christine's message on Facebook to say Art Spira is great too. Absolutely. So the Art Spira app is available through your app store. It's free, and it's a embroidery app from Brother. Okay, loads and loads of free designs on it. You can also pay a monthly fee and get the expanded version, and there are thousands of free embroideries. So if you get into your embroidery, you will definitely want to pay the monthly to get that, because it's just incredible. You can digitize designs, you can upload a picture and it'll turn it into an embroidery. You know, your grandchildren, your pets, or something like that. It's superb. Sophie's asked, does it come with an extension table? Does this one come with an extension table? Your combi machines tend not to. I'm going to say it doesn't. I don't believe it does. I don't believe it does, no. You can buy extension tables for Brother machines. But it's such an incredible machine. You get your walking foot, of course. You get your dining foot for quilting. You get obviously all the regular feet as well that you would expect. You get all of those too. Automatic thread cutter, automatic needle threader as well. Needle up and down, obviously. All those usual things you get. Yeah, to be fair, if it was £2,499 for the sewing machine, I would say brilliant, it's great, it's worth the money. Yeah, I would say it's a £2,500 sewing machine, but it's not, because you're also getting an amazing embroidery machine as well within that package. Remember, you should be paying £500 more, and if you go to the Brother website or wait till a minute past midnight tonight on Sewing Street, it'll be the best part of £3,000. Worth it, absolutely worth it, but please don't pay that. Now let's talk NV1100. The NV1100. £999, under £1,000. That is your price. What's incredible about this one is that you've got £160 worth of free quilting accessories with it, including your extension table. So Sophie, this one comes with a free extension table. It also comes with a free walking foot, a free darning foot, a free quilting guide, a free 1/4 inch foot, and a free quilting frame. So that sort of horseshoe shaped frame comes with it. It has sort of rubberized grippers on the bottom of it, and you basically hold on to the sides, pop it on the top of your quilt, and it grips your quilt so that you can quilt, and it will move your quilt sort of for you. So it's much, much less effort to quilt your quilts. It's a great bit of kit. and you get all of that for free. At £999, you get an amazing machine, Let me talk you through some of the specifications for the machine. It is absolutely superb. You've got a lovely guide in the top of your machine that goes through all of your feet. You've also got things like your zigzag, your buttonhole, your overcasting, your blind stitch, zipper foot, monogramming foot, button fitting foot as well. You've also, remember, got your walking foot, 1/4 inch darning, and your quilting guide all included. You've got a knee lifter with this one. That's included too. Let's talk about stitches. 180 built-in stitches. So utility, decorative, dressmaking, patchwork and quilt. Look, you can see there things like darning. Sorry, not darning, your blanket stitch. Your heritage herringbone stitches, your mock quilt hand quilting stitch, but all these decorative stitches too. You've your alphabet, your numbers, so personalisation easy. If I was to compare this to another machine that we have, this is really, really close in terms of the stitch package, the quilting package, the stitches, to the Elna 680 Plus. Now the Elna 680 Plus is £1,300. This is £999 and its brother. And you can get it home for £199.80. Wow. Wow, split pay makes it very accessible, under £200 to get it home. So yeah, even though, I mean, you know, I had the Elna 680 in my studio like 10 years. It was my main machine. I absolutely love that machine. It is brilliant, but it is £300 more than this machine, which when you compare it side by side, throat space, power, stitches per minute, stitches, feet, quilting package, they're pretty much neck and neck. They're pretty much neck and neck, but this is a cool £300 less. And I think if your budget is about £1,000, it is a huge amount of machine for the money. A huge amount. Now, let's talk about a hero sewing machine, and it is a hero sewing machine. And my actions speak louder than words, because when I'm on air as a guest, this is the machine I ask for every single time. Everything I need it to do, it does beautifully. And I'm more than happy to use this machine on air, off air, in the green room, live on television. It is fabulous. And the price today is really fabulous. It should be £800. It should be £849 actually. I just want to point out, if you go to the Brother website, this machine is £849. Normal price on Sewing Street is £799. We're now better than half price at £399. Yeah, we're much better. We'll show you the Brother website. There it is, £849. Now, it's been over a month since we had this on air, and I know a lot of you want to get this machine because you've heard the news. It's absolutely fabulous. Let me give you a quick overview. 250 stitches. 250 stitches. That's why it's called the Brother FS250. 8 styles of one-step buttonhole. Is this sounding quite similar as a stitch package to the NV1100? That is £999. Now, I don't want to devalue that machine because there's lots of other things about it that are way more. But what I always say about the Brother FS250 is, if this is your only machine, it does everything. You'll love it to bits. If you've got like an NV1100 at home, but you want a machine that you're happy just to carry to village halls and sewing classes and round to your mates, but you still want it to do all the lovely things you got used to with your Super Duper. This does all the things that your Super Duper machine does, but at a fraction of the price. 8 buttonholes, automatic ones, 3 styles of lettering. Is this sounding good? Drop in bobbin, quick set, drop in bobbin, top loading, fabulous. 8, the best needle threader I've ever used. So easy, so reliable, fabulous, okay? You get all of your regular feet included that you'd expect. All your dressmaking, all of the feet that you'd want are in there. Your buttonhole foot, your button sewing foot, your blind hem, your zipper foot, your zigzag, your monogramming, but you also get, now this is the Maker's Edition, that's what the ME stands for, Maker's Edition. And brother asked me, what should we add to this machine as extras that would make it a Maker's Edition? And I said to them, well, all makers need a walking foot. £40 worth, can we have one included in the price, $3.99? They said, yeah, of course. £40, straight in. Your own walking foot, no extra cost. I said, can I keep going? They said, yeah, sure. And I said, okay then. Well, in that case, all quilters and appliqueurs want a free motion darning foot. And yeah, I said, can we have one of those? I said, yep, you can have one of those. £17.49 in. Yeah? You can drop your feed dogs. You've got an extension table included, of course, for no extra money. So I said to them, is that it? Can I have an... They went, no, keep going. I said, okay then. Well, in that case, could I have, for the bag makers, a non-stick Teflon foot to do with, not yet, to do PU and vinyl and oilcloth and things like that? And they said, yeah, we'll include that too. That's about £15 worth too. They threw that in as well. And I went, is that it? And they went, no, go on, you can. And I said, well, for the dressmakers then, every dressmaker who's ever asked me about a sewing machine never assumes it's included, but says, can I buy an invisible or concealed zipper foot that will fit that machine? Dressmakers always need to know that. I said, is there any chance we could include a concealed zipper foot with the machine? And they said, yes. So you get all 4 of these feet. But then brother did something. Okay, by mistake. They left 2 of the feet in the box from when it was the fashion edition. They left the fully adjustable zipper and piping foot in the box by mistake. And they also left the rolled hem foot in the box by mistake. So you actually get those 2 feet as well. Which for £799 would be amazing. For £849 would still be incredible. But for £399, my goodness, there's nothing that Sewing Street sell that can compare for the price. There is nothing, in my opinion, there is nothing that can offer all of that for £399. And really, way more in the box than you are paying for. And this is why I say, now of course, in my studio, in your sewing room, you might well have a big, heavy, powerful, amazing machine, but you don't want to take that to workshops and classes. You may not even physically be able to take it to classes because often the tables that you're working on are small. And this machine is compact, but normally a compact machine has got about 10 stitches on it, 12 stitches, 2 feet. This is unbelievable. It's absolutely incredible. Now, I do need to let you know that my my numbers have plummeted. They have absolutely plummeted in the last 5 minutes. 6 of you are going to miss out. We are way oversubscribed. Remember, at midnight tonight, if there was one left, the price will go back up to £799. We cannot keep this price on permanently. It is high days and holidays when we have it on air and we do a special. It's £399, and that is the time to buy. I mean, you're absolutely getting £849 worth of sewing machine, accessories, walking foot, darning foot, extension table, 3 alphabet. You know what I mean? You really are getting that. But it would pain me for anybody to pay that when you can pay £399 and get all of that the same. 4 extra feet because it's a maker's edition. 2 extra feet on top of that because brother left them in by mistake. I mean, let's just enjoy it. Let's just enjoy the fact that brother left them in and then said, you know what? We will honour that. We will keep them in the box. It's not an issue. I love that. 2 years warranty. 2 years warranty on your machine. Fantastic. Such in fact, is it 2 years or is it 3? I've got a feeling it's 3 years warranty. But 2 years minimum. Wow. We've literally, another 5 of you have just checked out your baskets, which means that now a lot more of you are going to miss out because I've got 24 in baskets and I've got low teens left. In fact, I've got 15 machines left, that's all. So it's basically double oversubscribed. It will sell out today. If you want to grab the machine, it is a 3-year warranty. It is a 3-year. Now, 1 year is the law. All electricals have to have a 1-year warranty. 2 years, I think, when manufacturers put a 2-year warranty on something, that shows real confidence in the build. 3 years, really, most manufacturers will make you pay for that extra year, won't they? If you get a washing machine and want to add extra warranty to it, it's an extra £80, £100. But brother, no, from making millions and millions and millions. I think brother sewing machines had made 50 million domestic sewing machines about 10 years ago. I've no idea what the current figure is, but they know what they're doing. I mean, in many electricals, brother scan and cut, fabulous, brother sewing machines, amazing, brother embroidery machines, unparalleled. I think, you know, whenever I talk to people, if they're like really serious machine embroiderers, they've always got a brother. It's always a brother. If they've got one of those really fancy, you see them at the shows, you know, about 6 needles, 8 needles, I don't know what, and they're freestyle, amazing. Do T-shirts and baseball caps. It's always a brother. And, you know, that says it all about the brand. They really know what they're doing. Now, in baskets currently, we've got 24 of you in baskets. 12 of you are going to miss. No, in fact, we're single figures. We're single figures. Okay, we are single figures. Now, for an extra £40, you could turn this £399 machine into the same capability, just about as an overlocker. Yeah, I know. The value just keeps on growing with the brother side cutter foot. The brother side cutter foot. If you're buying any of these brother machines, get yourself a side cutter foot. I've got time to demonstrate this. Great, I'm going to do that. Right. The side cutter foot, I'm going to just show you what it does. If I show you around here, can you see here where this little black, yeah, there's a little blade. Can you see the blade? It's kind of a slanting, it's almost like a guillotine blade, slanting, yeah? That blade cuts the fabric, the edge of the fabric off as you're sewing. It kind of chops up and down and chops through the fabric. And then straight after it cuts the fabric, your sewing machine stitches over that raw edge. Does that sound like an overlocker to you? Yeah. This is $39.99. Now an overlocker is 4 threads or 3 threads, so it's not exactly an overlocker. But I'll tell you what, for $39.99, it's the closest any of us are going to get to an overlocker without paying £400, £500. All you do to fit it is you take your foot off, not your foot, the foot, and you snap that on, okay? There's a little pin that goes over the needle thread, and if I lift the presser foot now, okay? So that's your foot, I'm going to turn it side on, that's your foot installed. And if I keep turning it around, can you see where there's, it's almost like, I always say it's like a tuning fork that goes over the needle clamp. Some walking feet do that as well, okay? Right. So we've got that on. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pick one of my over edge or overcasting stitches on my machine. Now your Brother FS250, even though today it's £399, still has overlocking or overcasting capabilities. I'm going to pick stitch number 8, okay? So stitch number 8, right, there we go. I'm also going to grab a couple of bits of fabric, okay? So imagine that I'm doing my dressmaking, okay? So I'm going to put my 2 layers of fabric together. Now, what I'm going to do, can you see there's like an open bit of the foot here? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of slide my fabric between those 2 parts. So the edge of the fabric that I want to trim away is on the top of this metal plate. This bit that's screwed in, that is the other half of the cutting blade, because, you know, scissors work by 2 blades coming together, and you've got your bottom plate and you've got your blade that will come together. So I'm going to put my fabric in through like that. Put my presser foot down. And then I always like to hand crank the machine through. Okay, right, just to make sure that my stitch width and everything else is compatible, okay? And then let's start sewing. So I'm just guiding it through. Now I'm just going to stop for a second because look, it's cutting the edge of the fabric off. So if you're a dressmaker or you want to be and you want to have a lovely finished edge to your dressmaking project. Look at that. Look at that. And I'm just sewn together beautifully. This is your dressmate. Sewn together, but also overlocked. Look how neat. No whiskers, no frayed edges, just a beautiful, neat, finished edge for an extra $39.99. And that will fit any of your modern Brother sewing machines, including your FS250, your VQ4, your NV1100. It will also fit onto your Combi, your sewing and embroidery machine. You see, no machine comes with the side cutter foot as standard. You know, it's expected that you'll buy an overlocker. And I have got an overlocker at home. But do you know what? To be fair, 100 times out of 100, I'm not even going to say 99, 100 times out of 100, if I want to finish the inside of a cushion or a bit of dressmaking, you know, I just use my side cutter foot because it will cut and it will stitch in one action. They are brill. They are brill. You can overlock fabric before you make it up as well, if you want to. You can cut out your pattern pieces, cut them slightly generously, and then overlock round the edge. and then sew them together. You can do that too. So use it how it best suits you, but grab one. And there's no other sewing machine manufacturer that makes a side cutter foot for their machine. So you can't buy Janome, you can't buy Benina, you can't buy Elna. These will only fit Brother, and Brother are the only sewing machine manufacturer that make them, okay? So I'm just going to take this off the machine now, and to take it off, it's literally that little black button at the back that you click on, and that will just release the foot from the ankle, and then pop the foot back on, choose your stitch, and you are ready to sew whatever you want to do. Super easy, super reliable. Now, let's just talk Brother FS250, because it's about to sell out. I've got 5 in basket. Sorry, not 5 in baskets, I've got 5 left. 31? 31 in baskets. Okay. 31 in baskets, 5 left. Okay. Yeah. You can still join in. If you haven't put this into your basket yet, but you're thinking, Stuart, I do want one of those, take seconds. It takes seconds. Just because there's 31, 35 now in baskets, it doesn't mean that you can't put it in your basket and click checkout. Because those last 5 are available, but they won't be available for very long. If you want to grab your FS250, remember you've got 250 stitches, 8 automatic one-step buttonholes, 3 alphabets, numbers, punctuation, loads of decorative stitches. There's now 4 chances left. You also get an extension table to go with, a hard cover to cover your machine. With most machines, £2,000, £3,000 machines don't come with a hard case, but yours does. Yours does. You also get a free walking foot, darning foot, non-stick Teflon foot, concealed zipper foot, rolled hem foot, and fully adjustable piping and zipper foot included for no extra money. Absolutely incredible deal. On the Brother website, it's £849. If you wait until a minute past midnight, if we had one left, which we won't, but if we did, yesterday you would have paid £799. At, 6 o'clock this morning, you would have paid £799. Then you would have got a nice surprise because the price would have dropped. But tomorrow, if we've got one left, it'll be £799. So check out your baskets. There's 34 of you now in baskets. Another one of you has checked out, but I literally have 3 left. This is your last call. This is your final call. This is your final call. Please go to gate 27. Now, if you want the machine of your dreams, and well done, a few of you have got the machine of your dreams as well. Well, I think anyone who bought the FS250 has got the machine of your dreams because it's a fabulous machine. But the VQ4 is sensational. It is a sensational machine. Make sure I've got that CMV 1100. Oh, I put it on the floor, didn't I? Let me grab, this really is the ultimate. Sarah Payne came on and has done a few demos on this. Absolutely incredible machine. Walking foot included. 11¼ inch throat space. That is classed as a long arm machine. It's classed as a long arm machine. Now, many quilters want long arm capabilities. And in a domestic sewing machine, what we mean by a long arm is it's this throat space. There are short, medium and long arm machines. So about 6 inches is short, up to about 8 inches is medium. This is 11¼ This is top-notch, top-tier, ultimate. This is as good as they get. It really is. You've got that 11¼ inch throat space. You've got an extension table which extends your working area to 24 inches. You've got 473 built-in sewing and decorative stitches, 14 automatic one-step buttonholes. You can sew on buttons, obviously. I hardly need mention that. Look at the size of the display you've got too. You've got a LED light. I shouldn't call it a laser light really, because it's not a laser, but you've got that light which means you need never mark another half square triangle ever again, or a flippy corner ever again. Wonderful. You've also got what we like to call the sonic screwdriver, but I think they call it something else. You can move the needle with it, you can move the laser light with it, you can taper down embroidery stitches with it to get to a specific point. Oh, I mean, it's so clever, it really is. This also has, I should have mentioned earlier, this also has a square feed dog system. So with most sewing machines, it's elliptical. So it's in contact, then it's gone. It's in contact, then it's gone. This has a square feed system, which means that you have more contact with the feed dogs and your fabric more often, so you get more consistent, neater, straighter, more accurate stitching. You've also got your regular stitching foot is longer than a standard, and your feed dogs are longer than normal, which means again you've got more contact for longer, meaning more accurate, more beautiful stitching. It is a dream of a machine. It really is. Gorgeous. Split pays, don't forget. 5 split pays. 0% interest. You don't pay a penny more for choosing that option. So for under £600, you can get the machine home. And future-proof your sewing. Let's do the menu for tomorrow and see what we've got to look forward to. Okay, 8 o'clock. It's the Amber Makes Sampler Quilt Block of the Month, month 7. It's flower basket blocks with Rebecca Reed. At 9 a.m, it's the House of Alistair with Alistair MacDonald. At 10, it's Back to the 80s with the Bowler Bag with Becky Alexander Frost. At 11 o'clock, more House of Alistair with Alistair MacDonald. And then at 12 o'clock, it's the Rose Bucket Bag with our Becky Alexander Frost. It's been an absolute pleasure to spend the last 3 days with you. I will see you in a week's time. In the meantime, do take care of yourself and each other. And don't turn that dial. Stay tuned because Hobby Maker is up next.